Enter into his gates with thanksgiving, and enter into his courts with praise. Give thanks to Yahuwah and bless his set apart name. Into his gates with TURAH. Into his courts with healing. Sing Yahdeh to Yahuwah. Barak his set apart name. Oh, song of thanksgiving. Raise a joyful shout. Rise all the earth. Serve Yahuwah with gladness. Before his presence stand. Serve him and pray. Into his gates with thanksgiving, and enter into his courts with healing. Sing Yahdeh to Yahuwah. Barak his set apart name. Oh, know that Yahuwah, he has made us, and we are his people and the sheep of his pasture. Hey, and bless his set apart name. Into his gates without TURAH. Enter into his courts with the healing. Sing Yahdeh. Yahuwah, yeah. Barak his set apart name. For Yahuwah is good. He is time. His love and commitment is everlasting, and his truth endures to all generations. Among 9,000. I sing of mercy and justice to you. Oh, I sing praises. I act wisely in your perfect way. Oh, when do you come to me? I walk with a perfect heart within my house all the rest of my days. Into his gates with thanksgiving, and enter into his courts with good healing. Sing Yahdeh to Yahuwah. Barak his set apart name. Into his gates with thanksgiving, enter into his courts with good healing. Sing Yahdeh. Yahuwah, yeah. Barak his set apart name. Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. See, I am you, your set apart one. Yahshua, creator, your king. This is what Yahuwah says, he who made a way through the sea, a path through the mighty waters. See, I am doing what is new, let it now spring forth. Do you not know it? I am even making a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert, who drew out the chariots and horses, the army and reinforced the desert, and they lay there, never to rise again. Extinguished, snuffed out like a wick. Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. I am doing what is new, let it now spring forth. Do you not know it? I am even making a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. Even from the day I am he, and no one delivers out of my hand our word, and who turns it back? See, I am doing what is new, let it now spring forth. Do you not know it? I am even making a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. See, I am Yahuwah, your set apart one. Yahshua's creator. Your king. This is what Yahuwah says. He who made a way through the sea, a path through the mighty water. See, I am let it now spring forth. Do you not know it? I am even making a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. Ooh, forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. Yahuah on the past.
The burning coals fall far below, you're ready for the way you know just where I go, your highest star. And when I walk the valley low, you're ready for to Elohim, your star wise alone. Your highest sickle.
Leaders turning to leechers. You've been lost in the bleachers. You can leave all those teachers giving up on their research, trying to tap in your reserves, giving up your hard-earned. Not drifting doubt, both feet out, not 1 foot in. You hurt from within, without heat. Sovereign of esteem, Master Mighty King, YAHUAH
Yahusha, locking me down, hitting the mark, making the grade. Past all the shade, dust that I ate, shaming to fade. Abolish the brainwash, now how God I
got it on lock, y'all. Got it on lock. Hey,
Root up how God I shall carry. Understood the assignment, bear fruit in me. Root up in alignment,
got it on lock. Wow, got it on lock. Hey,
abolish the brainwash, now how God I
word in the bloodstream, cutting through the trash, clean. It's the next half, every little thought like a call, scream. Heart we scrub, bleed. Old lies, I drop that. New path, I walk that. Test hit, I clock that. Target on truth, I got that.
I was on rin, spin, same sin again and again. Thick skin, same script, same end. Hard-headed, same loop, fake wins. Abolish the brainwash, now how God I
got it on lock. Wow, got it on lock. Hey,
root up how God I shall bury. Understood the assignment, bear fruit in me. Root up in alignment,
got it on lock. Wow, got it on lock. Hey,
abolish the brainwash, now how God I
Yeah. NASA be staging shots, clickbait cosmos in a tiny box. Every frame crop clean for the screenshot. Whole world stage on a parking lot. I thought I was woke, my timeline was broke. I was half awake, this world is fake. Chasing every shadow like it's solid rock. Trusting every rumor like it's bedrock. Feet on the sand, calling it a mountaintop. Hard on glitch, thought it would never stop. All astronauts, all that fake fell flat. Plain as the earth, this is vanity. Yo, cut through the static with reality. They can stage every sky, every photograph. They can bend every story, twist every stat. But the grave road empty, can't rewrite that. Yeah, don't be mad, but they lie a lot. Plastic smiles and a sponsor plot. Scrolling through the make-believe. Got my jaw unlocked. Mind doing laps in a hamster slot. But I was woke, my timeline was broke. I was half awake, this world is fake. Chasing every shadow like it's solid rock. Trusting every rumor like it's bedrock. Feet on the sand, calling it a mountaintop. Hard on bitch, thought it would never stop. All astronauts, I let him do the line. Rocket stretch wide, waters resting above us, treasures rolling inside. My heart was tied up, yeah, free my time up. My heart on course, yeah, I've cut those cords. Not losing my mind anymore. Now the only thing I'm losing for sure is the fear I had before. Yahusha. I thought I was woke, my timeline was broke. I was half awake, this world is faked. Chasing every shadow like a solid rock. Trusting every rumor like it's bedrock. Feet on the sand, calling it a mountaintop. Hard on glitch, thought it would never slow. Pale ass don't drop, so that fake fell flat. Plain as the earth, this is vanity. You're cut through the static with reality. They can stage every sky, every photograph. They can bend every story, twist every stat. But the grave road empty, can't rewrite.
Glancing in the mirror at the life I used to know, all the faces at my table, all the plans I had laid out in rows. Hands to the plow, can't keep my eyes off of you. I am yours from this day out. I won't turn back to what I knew. Let the past fall in the furrow. Hand to the plow, soil turn new. Lead me straight through past the sorrow. Past buried into ground. Every step cutting through. Only forward now. Yahusha gave me heart anew. Can't keep my eyes off you. Yahusha, you. Can't keep my eyes off you. Your word is like an arrow, piercing me deeply to the marrow. Now that I know completely. Your two-road is to be, Yahuwah, your commands are my delight. Non-stop, every day and every night. deals and fast deals. You whisper, child, I've called you to something truer than your feels. Hand to the plow, can't keep my eyes off you. I am yours from this day out. I won't turn back to what I knew. Let the past fall in the furrow. Hand to the plow, soil turn new. Lead me straight through past the sorrow, past buried into ground. Every step cutting through, only forward now. Yahusha gave me heart anew. Can't keep my eyes off of you. Yahusha, you. Can't keep my eyes off of you.
Refining my ruach, TURAH to my Yahusha Ha'Mashyach. Got it on lock, there's a long can. Got it on lock. Hey.
Old lies, I drop that. New path, I walk that. Test hit, I clock that. Target on truth, I got that.
Oh my, oh. Hey. Ruach in alignment, I shoppery. Understood the assignment. They fooling me. Got it all locked. No. There's a long hand. Got it all locked. Hey. Every moment clearer. Refining my ruach. TURAH to my Yahusha Ha'Mashyach. Got it all locked.
Wow.
There's a long hand. Got it all locked. Hey.
I was on rinse, spin, same sin again and again. Thin skin, same script, same end. Hard-headed, same loop, fake wins.
Hey. Oh my, oh. Oh my, oh. Oh my, oh. Oh, hey. Oh my, oh.
My all, why have you forsaken me? Far from saving me, far from the words of my groaning. Oh, my Elohim, I call by day, but you do not answer, and by night, but I find no rest. Yet you are set apart
enthroned on the praises of Yahusha. Trusted in you, they trusted and you delivered them. They cried to you and were delivered. They trusted in you and were not ashamed. But I am a worm and no man, a reproach of men and despised by the people. All those who see me mock me. They shoot out the lip, they shake their head, saying, he trusted in Yahuwah. Let him rescue him. Let him deliver him, seeing he has delighted in him. For you are the one who took me out of the womb, causing me to trust while on my mother's breast. I was cast upon you from birth. From my mother's belly, you have been my all. Do not be far from me, for distress is near. For there is none to help. Many bulls have surrounded me. Strong ones of Bashan have encircled me. They have opened their mouths against me as a raging and roaring lion. I have been poured out like water, and all my bones have been spread apart. My heart has become like wax. It is melted in the midst of my inward parts. My strength is dried like a potsherd, and my tongue is cleaving to my jaws. And to the dust of death you are appointing me. For dogs have surrounded me, a crowd of evil ones have encircled me, piercing my hands and my feet. I count all my bones. They look, they stare at me. They divide my garments among them, and for my raiment they cast lots. But you, oh Yahuwah, do not be far off. Oh, my strength, hasten to help me. Deliver my life from the sword, my only life from the power of the night. Save me from the mouth of the lion, and from the horns of the wild beasts. You have answered me, I'll make known your name to my brothers. In the midst of the assembly I praise you. You who fear Yahuwah, praise him. All you seed of Yaakov, esteem him and fear him. All you seed of Yahusha, for he has not despised nor hated the affliction of the afflicted, nor has he hidden his face from him. But when he cried to him, he heard. From you is my praise in the great assembly. I pay my vows before those who fear him. The meek ones do eat and are satisfied. Let those who seek him praise Yahweh. Let your heart live forever. Let all the ends of the earth remember and turn to Yahweh. alive his own life. A seed shall serve him. It is declared of Yahuwah to the coming generation. They shall come and declare his righteousness to a people yet to be born. For he shall do it.
YAHUAH ALAHYM, YAHUAH is one. YAHUAH, you shall love with all your heart, with all your being, with all your might. These words I command you, guard them with your heart. Teach them to your children, let YAHUAH shape their stars. Shabbat YAHUAH is one. Love him with all you are, his word in your heart. Love him with all you are, keep his words within your kadosh mind. Speak of them when you sit at home, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, when you rise up, let them guide your day. Bind them as a sign on your hand, set them close to your eyes. Write them on your doorposts and guard your gates inside. These words I command you, guard them with your heart. Teach them to your children, let YAHUAH shape their stars. Shema Yasharal, YAHUAH is one. Shema Yasharal, love him with all you are, his word in your heart. Love him with all you are, keep his words within your kadosh. Read hard. When the house grows quiet, still your name remains. When the road is weary, you will call me back Love him with all you are, his word in your heart. Love him with all you
Shemaya Shabbat, Yahuwah Alahym. Yahuwah is one, Yahuwah ALAHYM. Yahuwah Shalom, with all your might. These words I command you, guard them with your heart. Teach them to your children, let what shape their star. Shemaya Shabbat, Yahuwah is one, Yahuwah ALAHYM. Shemaya Shabbat, love him with all you are. His word in your heart. Love him with all you are. Keep his words within your kadosh. Shemaya Shabbat. Speak of them when you sit at home, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, when you rise up, let them guide your day. Bind them as a sign on your hand, set them close to your eyes. Write them on your doorposts and guard your gates inside. These words I command you, guard them with your heart. Teach them to your children, and let what shape their star. Shemaya Shabbat, yeah, that calls you all. Yahuwah ALAHYM. Shemaya Shabbat, love him with all you are. His word in your heart. Love him with all you are. Keep his words within your kadosh. Renew her heart. Shemaya Shabbat. When the house grows quiet, still your name remains. When the road is weary, you will call me back again. Shemaya Shabbat. Shemaya Shabbat. Oh, Yahuwah is one, Yahuwah ALAHYM. Shemaya Shabbat, love him with all you are. His word in your heart. Love him with all you are. Your kadosh heart. Shemaya Shabbat, Yahuwah is one, Yahuwah ALAHYM. Pull me back when I drift too far. Write your name on this stubborn heart. No one else has my love. No one else has my love. In Yahusha trust. Mashiach we must. Alahym is above. No one else has my love. Take what breaks me and make it praise. Give me your thoughts, make me forget my own ways. Take what breaks me, take it all. Turn these pieces into your hackle. Give me your thoughts, clear my mind, make me yours, till I leave my old self behind. No one else has my love. No one else has my love. In Yahusha we trust. In Yahusha we trust. Alahym above. Alahym above.
Oh my yeah. Every day I'm thankful, give it up to Yah. Every arm I praise Him, give Him all I got. YAHUAH, everything I'm not. Do that to my Abba, Yahusha Ha'Mashyach. Every moment clearer, we find in my Ruach. Oh my yeah. Oh my Yahweh, oh my Yahweh, oh my Yahweh, oh my Yah. Every day I'm thankful, give it up to Yah. Every arm I praise Him, give Him all I got. YAHUAH, everything I'm not. Do that to my Abba, Yahusha Ha'Mashyach. Every moment clearer, we find in my Ruach.
You and me, let's get on the same page. We all been hurt up in church. I get it, it stings, yeah that burns. Leaders turn to leeches, left you lost in the bleachers. Can you believe all those teachers giving up on their research, trying to tap into all your research, giving up all of your hard-earned. Every heartbeat makes that call. What you gonna do? Stay humble, stand or fall. Free will means choose Yahweh now. What you gonna say when He calls? Free will is simple as stand or fall. Choose Yahweh now. Choose Yahweh now. From shallow eyes and fake sincerity, yeah, it's not into popularity. So why would I be?
why would I be? Can't keep one foot out, one foot in, not drifting out. You'll hurt from within without him. Yahusha Ha'Mashyach. Oh, I can't ride two roads in the same car. Can't chase the smoke and still see the stars. Same hands that can hurt, he'll gift you to heal. Same heart that can hide, use them in the eye. If your heartbeat makes that call, what you gonna do? Stay humble, stand or fall. Free will means choose Yahweh now. What you gonna say when he calls? Free will is simple as stand or fall. Choose Yahweh now. Choose Yahweh now. Choose Yahweh now.
Every day I'm thankful, give it unto you. Every hour I praise him, give him all I got. You're my boy Yahuwah, everything I'm not. TURAH to my Abba, Yahusha Ha'Mashyach. Every moment clearer, refining my ruah. Oh my Yah. Oh my Yah. Every day I'm thankful, give it up to you. Every hour I praise him, give him all I got. Oh, Mama Yahuwah, everything I'm not. TURAH to my Abba, Yahusha Ha'Mashyach. Every moment clearer, refining my ruah. Oh my Yah.
Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. See, I am you, oh, your set apart one. Yahusha's creator, your king. This is what YAHUAH says, he who made a way through the sea, a path through the mighty waters. See, I am doing what is new, let it now spring forth. Do you not know it? I am even making a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert, who drew out the chariots and horses, the army and reinforced the desert, and they lay there, never to rise again. Extinguished, snuffed out like a wick. Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. I am doing what is new, let it now spring forth. Do you not know it? I am even making a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. Even from the day I am he, and no one delivers out of my hand our word, and who turns it back? See, I am doing what is new, let it now spring forth. Do you not know it? I am even making a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. See, I am YAHUAH, your shadow part one, Yahusha's creator. Your king, this is what YAHUAH says, he who made a way through the sea, a path through the mighty water. See, I am let it now spring forth. Do you not know it? I am even making a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. Now while I'm the past.
And esteem to Yahuwah above, whose unmatched authority equals his love. Yahuwah the mighty, all-powerful name, the fire of his presence, an unquenched flame. By the strength of his hand, the waters divide. No shadow can surface, no shadow can hide. Great is his majesty, great is his majesty. His reign, the power of Yahuwah breaks every chain. YAHUAH ALAHYM, the first and the last. YAHUAH ALAHYM, your power is treasure and past. Your light shines on, your power never fades. Yahuwah is his name throughout all decades. A max, hallelujah, the victory is won. The power of the Almighty has only begun.
Yes, our Abba Yahuwah Al Shaddai, there is none like him, the maker of the Shamaim and the Arats. This is the day that Yahuwah has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it, Mishpachah. If you are an able-bodied person on this Shabbat, may we stand before our Abba Yahuwah as we blow the shupar in his presence, as we come together with the Shamaim on this Kadash Yom. Hallelujah. Heavenly Abba Yahuwah, oh, the mighty one, Al Shaddai, the one who has created every single thing that is in existence. Unto you, O Abba Yahuwah, we give and uplift our voice unto you on this Shabbat, giving you praise, honor, and esteem, O Abba Yahuwah, that is due only unto you, who has created all of us from one blood, from one dam, to make us your people, whom you have chosen for yourself on this day, O Abba Yahuwah. We ask that you do not deal with us according to our ways, O Abba. We ask that you deal with us according for your namesake, according to your long suffering and according to your tender mercies, O Abba. For none of us, no, not one of us is righteous before your sight. But we give you thanks, O Abba, For your being Yahusha Ha'Mashyach, because of his righteousness, we have been made righteous. And so, Abba, we ask that you do not deal with us according to our ways. The promiscuous sin that many of us do, O Abba, we ask that you remove it. Remove it far as the east is from the west from your sight, O Yah. Help us to walk in the newness of life, in the Ruach HaKadosh, and not according to our flesh. Help us to speak your words on this Yom. Help us to seek your pleasures, O Abba, and not our own. Help us to do what is right before your sight on this Shabbat, O Abba Yahuwah. Abba, I ask that you would help us all to come together in the unity of the brethren, that we will all have this time together before you, that you would look down from the Shamayim upon your people and be well pleased with us, O Abba, even though we are wicked, even though we feel ourselves being wicked before your sight. We ask, O Abba, that you don't see that wickedness. We ask, O Abba, that it be the dam, the blood of your Bane, your son, Yahusha Ha'Mashyach, the Messiah, that has covered us of all of our transgressions, and that you see us being pure before your sight, that you see us being kadosh before your sight. And so we say, Hallelujah, Yahuwah, to you, because you and you alone, O Abba, you deserve all the praise for keeping us in your bosom. And so now we ask that your Ruach HaKadosh be in our midst, that you would teach us and lead us into all truth. May you open up the eyes of those who are here, O Abba, including myself, that we would see something new within your words, and that you would teach us, for you are our teacher. You are our Rabbi. TURAH Abba Yahuwah on this Shabbat. All this we ask in the mighty name of your Ben Yahusha Ha'Mashyach. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. And hallelujah, Yahuwah. Amat. Rumamu Yahuwah. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. I almost didn't get that one out. Yes, Amat. It is so wonderful to see all of you here on this Yom, on this Shabbat. As I was sharing yesterday, we were going to go over the calendar because there's a few of you, and we're going to continue to do this. This isn't just a one-time thing to study the appointed times of Yahuwah through his calendar. Today, we're going to specifically speak of his calendar, but directing it according to the Sabbath. And to see that this calendar is not only spoken of in the book of Jubilees, in the first book of Enoch, but it also speaks about it in what we call the Tanakh, okay, in the Old Testament, and also in the Brit HaKadash, what people call the New Testament. It's also there as well. But without knowing the calendar, you won't see the calendar within the word. And so I'm hoping that Abba Yahuwah will use me to open up some of your eyes to his truth of the calendar that he is restoring to his people in these last days and times, because we're going to need it. As we go into the wilderness, many of us, we're going to need that calendar. We're going to have to know how to number our days. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. All right. So I hope all of you have gotten to greet one another as I get ready to shut off the comments here. And again, it's so wonderful to see all of you. I want to thank all my moderators for being here and keeping all the ruckus away, and giving the opportunity for those of us to meditate on Abba Yahuwah's words and the greetings and the wonderful admonition of the Mishpachah and the words that you share with one another. May we continue to go forth with this love, this amunah that Abba Yahuwah has given us in our hearts to walk before him blameless, pure, and kadash. All right, so with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and shut it down, but I'm going to also turn it on here and there throughout the live to get some of your responses. But for now, live is off, or the chat is off. All right, so let us go ahead and let us read. I'm going to be reading from the scriptures, TS 2009. And we are going to start reading, as we normally do on the Shabbat, from the TURAH, the Nabaim, and the Ketubim, also known as the Tanakh. Starting with the TURAH, the writings. We're going to go to Shemot, also known as Exodus. And we are going to go to chapter 31. Chapter 31. Many of you probably have read this many a times before, but we're going to read it again. And we're going to read it again. And we're going to read it again. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. Can't get enough of his word. And so the word reads, again, Exodus, that is Shemot, chapter 31, starting at verse 12. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, and you speak to the children of Yasharal, saying, my Shabbats, you are to keep, you are to guard by all means. For it is a sign between me, that is Abba Yahuwah, and you, that is to us, throughout your generations, to know that I, Yahuwah, am setting you apart. Who's setting us apart? Yahuwah. He's the one who is setting us apart. And you shall guard the Shabbat, you shall keep the Shabbat, for it is set apart to you. It is Kadash to you. Everyone who profanes it, profanes the Shabbat, shall certainly be put to unaliving, to death. For anyone who does work on it, that being shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days work is done, and on the 7th is a Shabbat of rest, set apart to Yahuwah. Notice, set apart to Yahuwah, not to us, to him. Everyone doing work on the Shabbat day shall certainly be put to death. And the children of Yasharal shall guard the Sabbath, shall keep the Sabbath, to perform the Shabbat throughout their generations. You are to perform, that is, you are to do the Shabbat throughout your generations as an everlasting agreement. It's an agreement. And who's the agreement between? Between me, that is Abba Yahuwah, and the children of Yasharal. It is a sign forever. Can we all say forever? Forever. For in 6 days Yahuwah made the heavens, the Shamayim, and the Arats, the earth. And on the 7th day, the Shabbat, he rested and was refreshed. Notice this, takes it all the way back to creation. And when he had ended speaking with him on Mount Sinai, he gave Moshe 2 tablets of the witness, of the testimony, of the agreement, tablets of stone, written with the finger of YAHUAH ALAHYM, none other. This was literally written from our Creator. All right. Now we're going to go to the Nabaim. We're going to go to the prophets. We're going to go to Hazakal, also known as Ezekiel. All right. And here we're going to read from Ezekiel chapter 22, starting at verse 24. Oh, no, verse 23. And it reads, and the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, Son of Adam, say to her, that is to the children of Yasharal, you are a land that is not cleansed or rained upon in the day of displeasure, in the day of displeasure. There is a conspiracy of her prophets in her midst, like a roaring lion tearing the prey. They have devoured life, they have taken the wealth and precious matters. They have made many widows in her midst, and her priests have done violence to my teaching. Notice what they've done. They've done violence to Yahuwah's teaching, and they profane my set apart matters. They have not distinguished, they did not distinguish between what is, let me get that into frame here for you, between the set apart and profane, meaning what is pure and what is an abomination. Nor have they made known the difference between the unclean and the clean. And they have hidden their eyes from my Sabbaths, and I am profaned in their midst. Her leaders in her midst are like wolves tearing the prey, to shed blood, to destroy lives, and to get greedy gain. And her prophets have coated them with whitewash, seeing a false vision and divining a lie from them or for them, saying, thus said the Master Yahuwah, when Yahuwah had not spoken. Then the people of the land have practiced oppression and committed robbery, and have wronged the poor and needy, and they have oppressed the stranger, the foreigner, without right ruling. And I sought for a man among who would make a wall and stand in the breach before me, before Yahuwah, on behalf of the land, that I should not destroy it, but I did not find one. He did not find not one. Therefore, I have poured out my displeasure on them. I have consumed them with the fire of my wrath, of my anger, and I have put their way on their own head. Their way, not his way. They went on their own way. He's going to put it on their head, declares the Master Yahuwah. All right, now let's go to the Brit HaKadash. Some people say the New Testament. And we are going to go here to the book of Acts. The book of Acts, starting at chapter 15, verse 6. And the emissaries and elders came together to look into this matter. And when there had been such dispute, Kappa, that is Peter, rose up and said to them, men, brethren, you know that a righteous thing a while ago, YAHUAH ALAHYM chose among us, that by my mouth the nations, that is the Gentiles, should hear the word of the Basora, the great news, and believe. And YAHUAH ALAHYM, the mighty of mighty ones, who knows the heart, bore witness to them by giving them the set-apart spirit, the Ruach HaKadosh, as also to us, and made no distinction between us and them, cleansing their hearts by belief, by amunah. Who are we talking about? The nations, the Gentiles, who are coming into the truth. Now then, why do you try YAHUAH ALAHYM, the mighty of mighty ones, by putting a yoke on the neck of the taught ones, that neither our fathers nor we were able to bear? Again, why do you try YAHUAH ALAHYM by putting a yoke on the neck of the taught ones, that neither our fathers nor we were able to bear? But through the favor of the Master Yahusha Ha'Mashyach, we trust to be saved in the same way as they, as the Gentiles. How are we saved? How are we saved, everyone? By believing in the Messiah and keeping the words of YAHUAH ALAHYM. And all the crowd was silent and were listening to Barnabas, that is Barnabas, and Shaul, Paul, declaring how many miracles and wonders YAHUAH ALAHYM did among the nations, the Gentiles, through them, through Barnabas and Shaul. And after they were silent, Yaqub, that is James, answered, saying, my brethren, listen to me. Listen to me. Shimon, that is Kappa, Peter, has declared how YAHUAH ALAHYM first visited the Gentiles, the nations, to take out of them a people for his name. And the word of the prophets, the Nabaim, agree with this, as it has been written, after this I shall return and rebuild the booth of Dawood that has fallen down, and I shall rebuild its ruins, and I shall set it up, so that the remnant of Adam's kind shall seek Yahuwah. What are they going to do? The remnant of Adam's kind shall seek Yahuwah, even all the nations, even of the Gentiles, on whom my name has been called. Did we not know that there's a certain amount of the Gentiles who too shall come into this truth, who too have the name of Yahuwah written on their foreheads, who have been sealed for the day of redemption, hallelujah, Yahuwah, and who have been called, or excuse me, even all the nations of whom my name has been called, says Yahuwah, who is doing all this. Who's doing this? Yahuwah is the one who is doing all this, who has made this known from of old. Therefore, I, that is Yaqub, also known as James, judge that we should not trouble those from among the Gentiles, among the nations who are turning to YAHUAH ALAHYM, who are repenting to turn back to YAHUAH ALAHYM, but that we write to them to abstain from the defilements of idols and from whoring and from what is strangled and from blood, for from ancient generations, Masha, aka Moses, has in every city those proclaiming him, being read in the congregations, in the assemblies, every Sunday. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Every Shabbat, every Sabbath. Notice what we're talking about. The apostle Yaqub, whom we have been told his name is James. That's not his real name. Yaqub is his name. He said to the other disciples who all walked with the Messiah for 3.5 years, listen, my brethren, we're not going to put too much on these Gentiles at once. We got to bring them in little by little, feeding them little at a time, feeding them the nourishment of the milk of the word and not the meat of the word. Because they're going to hear this truth. They're going to hear the instructions, because Moses is going to be read to them every Sabbath. That is for those who are interested in knowing the truth. I present to you, all of you that are listening right now, today is the Shabbat, the Sabbath, according to the Creator's calendar, not the calendar that you and I have been raised on, not the one that has been given to us by an institution. No, the true calendar of Yahuwah that we're going to go over today. For those of you who are listening and are interested, we're going to go over the true calendar, the calendar that is now being restored unto his people. And for those of you who are following this true calendar, you may not know its concepts. You may not know how it works. This is why you are to hear and listen, so that you can also share this truth to others, that you, for this very purpose, have been brought into this world, so that by your mouth and by your understanding, you can share this truth with others about the true restored calendar that is now being restored unto his people once again, because the time is near. The time is near. What time? The time for his people to be removed from Babylon, to come out of her. When we run into these wildernesses, wherever you may be located, when that time comes, because it is coming, you're going to need to know this calendar. You're going to have to know how the calendar works. You're going to have to know how to number your days. You, my brother, you, my sister, you are not going to have somebody hold you by the hand and tell you today is the Shabbat. No, you're going to know how to do it for yourself if you're seeking Abba Yahuwah with all of your heart and with all of your mind and with all of your strength. He says he shall be found. He says that he shall be found. All the 3 locations that we just read from Exodus, Ezekiel, and now here in the book of Acts, there's one thing that we're talking about that is a common denominator, and it is the Sabbath day. We read in Exodus chapter 31 how important it is for those of us who are from the bloodstock of Yasharal, native born. Okay? We have seen that he has made an agreement with our people. You have no say-so, DNA Yasharal, that you don't want to be a part of that agreement, that you didn't come into the agreement. Don't worry. Your ancestors already did it on your behalf. Our ancestors agreed with the creator of heaven and earth that we and our progeny, I can't even say that right, our offspring, we shall keep not only the Sabbath, but his Torah, his instructions. And as you have seen and as I have read, he says that the Shabbat shall be a sign between him and his people. Let's go back and look at that. Let's go back to Exodus. Exodus chapter 31. Let's look at that again. Exodus chapter 31. Notice what it says here. Verse 12. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, that is Moses, saying, and you shall speak to the children of Yasharal, saying, my Sabbaths you are to guard by all means. For it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, to know that I, Yahuwah, am setting you apart. So again, the Sabbath is key. We spoke about the 10 Commandments yesterday and the week prior to that. Most Extians have no problems keeping most of the 10 Commandments. But as soon as you talk about the Sabbath day, there seems to be a problem with the Sabbath. There seems to be an issue with Extians keeping the Sabbath. But according to what we're reading here, this is a sign between him and his people throughout our generations that we are to keep the Sabbath. It's a sign between us and him. It is to show that we are part of this agreement. Not only that we are the people that he has chosen to be in this agreement with him, but that it is to show that we belong to him by keeping the Sabbath day, people. We see also in the book of Ezekiel that he says that there are those who have purposely hidden their eyes from his Sabbaths. They are purposely hiding their eyes from his Sabbaths. They don't want to keep his Sabbaths. They use excuses like the Messiah is the master of the Sabbath and they don't want to keep the Sabbath. Where did the Messiah ever say that the Sabbath has been done away with? Where did he ever say that you don't have to keep the Sabbath anymore as long as you believe in me? Where did he ever say that if you rest in me, you don't have to keep the Sabbath? Where does he say any of this? Is it in Matthew? Is it in Mark? Is it in Luke or John? Do we find it anywhere in Paul's letters? Do we find it anywhere in John's letters, in 1st, 2nd, or 3rd John? Do we find it anywhere in Peter's 2 letters or James's letter? We don't find it. We don't find it, people. Somebody has told us that the Sabbath has changed and that it has been changed permanently to Sunday. Let me show you where they get some of this doctrine from. Before we get into the calendar, I have to show you where some of this teaching is coming from, where we have caused ourselves to error from the word. We're going to go to one of Shaul, Paul's letters. Okay. Well, some people say that Paul didn't write it. I don't know. The book of Acts. Some say Lucas wrote it. It probably was Lucas. He was an apprentice of Shaul, aka Paul. All right, so let's go here. I believe this is where I wanted to go. Yes. If we go here, this is Acts chapter 20. All right. And I'm going to read this also from the King James Version, because I need you to see how they have manipulated us, how they have deceived us into thinking that the Sabbath is now on a Sunday. And so it says here in Acts chapter 20, verse 7. And on day 1 of the week, right there, you're seeing where they are getting SUN day. On day 1 of the week, the taught ones, that is the Talmudim, aka disciples, having gathered together and broke bread, or to break bread, they were eating. Shaul, aka Paul, intending to depart the next day, was reasoning with them and was extending the word till midnight. And there were many lamps in the upper room where they were assembled, and a certain young man by the name of Eutychius was sitting in a window, being overpowered by a deep sleep. As Shaul kept on reasoning, or as he was explaining, this young man was overcome by sleep and fell down from the third story. This man fell down from the third floor. He was really high and was picked up dead. And Shaul, having gone down, fell on him and embracing him and said, "Do not be upset, for his life is in him." Then going up again, and having broken bread and eaten, he talked a long while, even till daybreak, and so went forth. And they brought the young man in alive and were encouraged, but not a little. They were very much encouraged. Now, let's back up. And one day of the week, that's day one of the week. Let's read this in the King James Version. Let's go to the same passage, Acts chapter 20. Starting at verse 7. And upon the first day of the week, when the disciples came together to break bread, stop right there. This, my friends, is where pretty much every Christian denomination is going to tell you this is why we come together and assemble on the first day of the week, also known as the day of the sun, the day of the sun. This is where they get the excuse. Now, do we see anywhere here that it says anything about they came together on the first day of the week because this was the day that the Messiah was raised? Does it say anything here in this passage in verse 7 that we just read that it says that, and they came together on the first day of the week because now the Sabbath is on the first day of the week and not the last day of the week? Does it say anything here in verse 7 about the Sabbath being changed? It does not. It does not. All this passage is telling us, and we can't go further than what this passage is telling us, is that the disciples came together on the first day of the week. The first day of the week. That first day of the week I present to you, my brothers and sisters, is not SUN day. This first day of the week is according to the calendar of our Creator. After all, he was the one that said, "Let there be light" on the first day of the week. He was the one that separated the waters from the waters on the second day of the week. He was the one who brought the land out of the waters and planted the seeds of the trees and of the plants on the third day of the week. He was the one who numbered the fourth day and planted and set, I should say, a greater light and the lesser light in the firmament to shine upon the earth. And so you know the rest of the story from the first chapter of Genesis. He was the one who has numbered the days of the week. And that first day of the week that is being said here in in verse 7 of Acts chapter 20 is talking about this calendar. It is not talking about this Gregorian calendar that you and I know today as Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. In fact, at this time of the writing of this passage of the book of Acts, and when this occurred, which was before it was written in this so-called book of Acts, the Romans were following an 8-day week cycle. Did you know that? Or was it a 10-day week cycle? It was one of the two. It wasn't a 7 at this time. It wasn't talking about no Sunday. There was not even a day called Sunday at this time. But let Christianity tell you, and let them have it their way. They're going to have you believe that this first day of the week was Sunday. That happened yesterday. But you see, the problem is that many of us don't look into this matter, and we just accept it because we woke up when we found out who we are in consciousness, probably right around the time of 10 or 11 years old in your life, and you realize that you are a sentient being, and you have been already brainwashed with Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, because you were going to school already. Wake up, Jimmy, it's Monday, it's time to go to school. Wake up, Jimmy, it's Tuesday, it's time to go to school. This goes on through your life. As a child, we don't question this because our parents, they are the ones who are introducing us to the calendar that they follow. And you end up following the same thing. Yahuwah has allowed this to go on for centuries. But now at this time, when artificial intelligence is starting to come up to its potential, when the world is on fire, when we see the wickedness of those who call themselves Jews and are not, when we see the awakening of his people, when we see the restoration of his name that is starting to go forth amongst his people. Let me share something with you as a side note. I was at Home Depot the other day, and I was wearing one of the shirts. His name is Yahuwah. I was wearing one of those shirts, and I was checking out at the self-checkout at the Home Depot here near my house. I don't know this guy. This guy doesn't know me. Caucasian man. And he sees me there walking towards one of the self-checkouts, and he says, "I love your shirt." And I realized the shirt that I had on as I was scanning the items that I had in my hand. And I looked at him. I said, "Oh, you know the name?" He says, "Of course." I said, "You know, I don't run into too many people who know the name." He goes, "I know. There's not too many people who know his name." And after that, he walked off. But I told my Asha about that, and I'm like, "Baby, I ran into somebody today who knows the name of Yahuwah." I said, "Abba Yahuwah truly is letting his name be known." I say that as a side note because of the time that we're living in. And it's this very time, Mishpachah, and those of you who are listening, that Abba Yahuwah is once again revealing his true calendar to his people. And it's specifically for those who know his name. It's specifically for those who know to keep the commandments. It's specifically for those who are trying to attain to understand what we are supposed to do on the Shabbat and when is the Shabbat and how we are to keep the Shabbat. These people who are hungry for this information, Abba Yahuwah is going to open up their eyes to his calendar, not to those who don't want to know, not to those who are stuck in a lunar cycle, not to those who want to continue to do as the Jewish people do, to be looking up at the western horizon, waiting for that little sliver of the new moon, as they call it, and say, "We're in a new month." No, he's not showing it to them. He's showing it to those of you who say, "I need to hear this matter. Let me hear this matter out, and let me see if what this person is talking about lines up with the truth." Because once you hear this truth, Mishpachah, you'll know it's the truth. I'm not making this up. The only reason why you won't accept this is because you might be stubborn. You might have ego or pride involved. You are stuck in your ways, hard-headed, stiff-necked, don't want to turn. Those of you will not understand this information. But to the rest of you who are meek, who are humble, who have a teachable ruach, who are looking into this, discerning for yourself by the Spirit, Abba Yahuwah will reveal it to you. No one else can reveal this to you. I can't reveal it to you because the same words that are coming out of my mouth will open up one person's eye and will shut another one from not seeing it. It will repel that person, just like magnets that are separated or the polarities are the same. It's going to separate. It will not congeal together. It will not come together. It will not attach itself. And so there are some of those of you who are listening to me right now, you are not going to attach yourself to the truth because you're letting your pride get in the way. You're letting your ego get in the way. You're allowing the commandments and the traditions and the doctrines of men get in the way, stand in the way from you receiving the truth. We are in the last days. I know we hear this all the time. I know we hear this all the time. And some of you are saying, yeah, one of these days you're going to be right. It's not about one of these days if I'm going to be right, because it has nothing to do with me being right or wrong. It's about me sharing this message with you as he has revealed it to me and how I am to follow it. All I'm doing is presenting what he has revealed to me, and I'm revealing it to you, and you do what you will with this information. But I think for those of you who are listening, when I present what it is that's in scripture and that's in the apocryphas, oh yes, the apocryphas, these so-called pseudographa books, right? These false pens, these false writings that they want you to believe that they're false because it wasn't canonized from Genesis to Revelation. When are you going to stop letting man dictate what you are going to get into, to understand what the truth is, to investigate, to see if it's true or not? When are you going to stop allowing others to dictate what is true? Do you not see that you're being enslaved by the same system that wants you to only understand what they want you to see? You have to ask yourself the question, why didn't they allow us to have the book of Jubilees? Why didn't they allow us to canonize the first book of Enoch? Why didn't they give us these books so that we can clearly understand what the calendar is? Because they had to veer your attention away from the truth so that they can set the narrative for you to follow, so that you would be led astray and deceived by this ancient dragon, Satan, the devil, the serpent of old. This is, after all, his whole domain. This is his world, and we're living in it. But while we're in this world, we have been called out of it. This is what it means to be set apart. This is what it means to be Kadash. This is what it means that you are to be one of his people, to come out of her. Separate yourself. Do not touch the unclean thing. Do not be a part of them. And so here in the book of Acts, we're seeing that this first day of the week has nothing to do with Sunday, even though Christendom, who has hijacked these passages and given us the Bible, says, oh, this is talking about Sunday. It has nothing to do with the Sunday. Let's start to make sense of this. Let's go to Genesis. I'm going to read this out of the King James Version, chapter 1. Starting at verse 14. It says here, and I'm going to substitute and say the true names and not the pagan titles and names that we have been given. And YAHUAH ALAHYM, the mighty one, said, let there be lights in the firmament of the Shama, that is of the heaven, to divide the Yom, the day, from the Layla, the night, and let them be for signs, that is Ot, and for seasons, and for days and years. What did he say here? He says, let there be lights in the firmament, in the atmosphere, in the sky of the heaven, to divide the day from the night. Isn't that exactly what the sun does? It divides the day from the night. It's not the moon that does that. It's not the stars that do that. Here we're understanding that the sun, even though it doesn't say the sun, even though it has a plural here about the lights, he says, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven. But to divide the day from the night, only one source does that. Only one. It's called the sun. It's called the sun. The sun is what divides the day from the night. And let them be, the lights, be for signs. The lights are for signs. The sun, the moon, and the stars are for signs. And for seasons. And for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven, to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And the mighty one, YAHUAH ALAHYM, made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. Now let me ask you all a question. And of course, it's rhetorical. Do we see the sun every day? I mean, besides if there's a cloud in the sky, but do we see the sun every day? Do we see the effects of the sun every day? Yes, we do. Every single day of our life, no matter if it's cloudy, no matter if a volcano just erupted, we can tell that the sun is out. What about the moon? Do we see the moon every night? Do we see the moon every single night? No, we don't. And I'm not talking about because of cloud cover. There are days that the moon does not appear at night. We cannot use the moon. And I'm going to show you through the apocryphas that we are not to use the moon to dictate our times, to follow for timekeeping. We are not to use the moon. And I don't care how many times a person says that to someone. If you are one who follows the phases of the moon, what I'm sharing with you need not apply, because you are not going to listen anyway. You already have it set in your heart. You have it set in your mind. You're stiff-necked, you're stubborn, you're prideful, and you're not going to change. So again, everything that I'm saying to you right now is not for you. You need not to listen. You might as well go ahead and go somewhere else, because everything that I'm about to share from this point on speaks against the calendar of the moon. It speaks against it. And for that matter, it speaks against the Gregorian calendar that the world is following to this very day. Yes, the Sunday to Saturday calendar. Yes, the January to December calendar. This is not the calendar of the Creator. This is the calendar of the Catholics that was given to you by Pope Gregory the 13th. He was the one that instituted the calendar that the world is following today since the 1300s, I believe it is. And so here in Genesis chapter 1, verse 14, he says that he has created lights in the sky, and they are to dictate us of when about the signs, about the seasons, about the days, and about the years. Let me bring out the Apocrypha. In the Apocrypha, let's go directly to the book also known as 1st Enoch, chapter 72 to be specific. Now, many of you have read this with me many of times, and you've read it in other rooms and other lives many of times. But I ask that you pay attention, because Abba Yahuwah just might open up some of y'all's understanding a little bit more. He does for me. Every time I read his words over and over again, I see something I didn't see the last time. So don't get in a complacent place in your walk in this Amunah and say, oh, here we go over Enoch 72 again. Let's read something else. There's other chapters of Enoch. Yes, that's true. But today we're talking about the calendar, specifically about the Sabbath. Notice what it says here in chapter 72 of 1st Enoch, starting in verse 4. And first there goes out the great luminary named the sun, and his circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and he is quite filled with illuminating, heating fire. The chariot on that he ascends, the wind drives. This is where we understand that NASA, you know, the National Aeronautical Space Agency, also known as NASA, when they send out these so-called satellites, which are nothing more than hot air balloons, they ride the winds of space. They ride the winds of heaven. This is where does it say it here? The wind drives and the sun goes down from the heavens. This wind, that's the winds of the heavens. And so when they send these satellites up, you ever hear them talk about it's in orbit? That orbit is their way of hiding these currents of wind that are above the Earth's surface. that the sun uses, that the moon uses, is right there. But they don't tell us this. But you're seeing it right here in the book of Enoch. That's what NASA calls orbiting the earth. It's nothing more than heavenly winds. We're not talking about jet streams. We're not talking about the ones that are here in our atmosphere. No, we're talking about what people call outer space or deep space, low orbit, as they say. This low orbit, which is lower than the orbit of the sun and the moon, there's these winds up there that they're not telling us about. The International Space Station riding on this wind. This is why they know when that satellite is coming back around, because it's on that heavenly wind orbit. Well, let's continue. Verse 5, the chariot on that he ascends, the wind drives, and the sun goes down from the heaven and returns through the north in order to reach the east. This right here I'm not going to get into, but it's talking about the flat earth, but that's for a whole nother time, for a whole nother study. And is so guided that he comes to the appropriate portal, talking about the sun, and shines on the face of the heaven. And this way he, the sun, rises in the first month. Notice that, rises in the first month in the great portal that is the fourth of the 6 portals in the east. And in that 4th portal, from there the sun rises in the first month are 12 window openings. From that proceeds a flame when they are open in their season. So there are 12 other windows that flank the 4th portal. And out of it comes all kinds of weather patterns. Okay? It says when they are opened in their season. When the sun rises in the heaven, he comes out through the 4th portal 30 mornings, or as I like to say, 30 sunrises. 30 sunrises in succession, and sets accurately in the 4th portal in the west of the heaven. And during this period, the day becomes daily longer and the night nightly shorter to the 30th morning, or the 30th sunrise. On that day, the day is longer than the night by a 9th part, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. So remember, on that day, the day is longer than the night by a 9th part. But as it goes on, it says, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts. Okay, the day amounts exactly to 10 parts. So it was 9. Okay, the day is longer than the night by a 9th part. And then it goes on and says, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. So understand what's being said here. On that day, what day are we talking about? On that day, after we just talked about here, and during the period of the day becomes daily longer and the night nightly shorter to the 30th morning, to the 30th sunrise. So this is talking about the first month of the year, the very first month of the year. Okay. And it says, and the day, all right, and that day, the 30th morning, that day, the day is longer than the night by a 9th part. And the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And then the sun rises from the 4th portal and sets the 4th portal and returns to the 5th portal in the east, 30 sunrises. So what it's saying here is what it's saying here about the 30th morning. It's coming here, and now it's talking about the 30th sunrise, when it rises and sets in the 5th portal. So it started off in the 4th portal for 30 days. That's the first month of the year. It comes out of that 4th portal. It's invisible to our eyesight. But if you used to go out to the horizon of your property, let's say you didn't have, a neighbor next to you, and you had a whole bunch of field out looking towards the east, and you started from a place in your home. You come out of your porch, and let's say your porch is facing east towards the eastern horizon. And as every sunrise, you're looking out towards the east. You can see where the sun is coming up over the horizon. Once you start to recognize it, you'll see that there are 6 portals in the east. There are 6 portals in the east. Okay. The sun is going to come out of that portal every month, out of one of those portals. It's going to come out of that same portal for at least 30 days. At least 30 days. All right. So here we see again, the first month, the sun comes up for 30 days. That's the first month right here. 4th portal, I put in the margin 30 days. Okay. So now we're going to go to the second month, verse 11. And the sun rises from the fourth portal and sets in the fourth portal and returns to the fifth portal. Now it's entering. This was the culmination of the last day of the first month. Okay, it came up in the fourth portal, it's set in the fourth portal, but now it's about to rise in the fifth portal. This is bringing us to a new month. It says it comes up in the fifth portal of the east for 30 sunrises. This is a whole nother month of 30 days. So the first month has 30 days, the second month has 30 days. Okay, and it rises from it and sets in the fifth portal, not in the fourth portal. Remember, it went from the fourth portal to the fourth portal. Okay, so it rose in the fourth portal, which was the last day, the 30th day of the first month, and it's set in the fourth portal on the 30th day of the last month. But now it returns to the fifth portal. It's starting a new month. Now it's the second month. And in the second month, it's going to come out of that fifth portal for 30 mornings or 30 sunrises. It's going to come out of this fifth portal. And it says, and then the day becomes longer by 2 parts and amounts to 11 parts. So no longer is it 10 parts. Now it's going to be 11 parts. Okay. So it's stronger. The day is getting longer by 2 parts. It used to be 9 for the day and 9 for the night. That would be equal. Okay, the day and the night would be equal. 9 parts day, 9 parts night. But then it went from 10 parts day to 8 parts night. So we see that a day has 18 parts to it. 9 plus 9 is 18. 10 plus 8 is 18. Okay, so now it says, and then the day becomes longer by 2 parts and the amounts to 11 parts, and the night becomes shorter to 7 parts. So 11 plus 7, you still have 18. But the difference is now the day is longer by 11 parts and the night is shorter by 7 parts. And it returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal, this 6th window opening. And it rises and sets in the 6th portal 31 sunrises, mornings, on account of its sign. What sign? What is it talking about? What is Enoch talking about? What sign? We'll get to that. We'll get to that in a minute. For right now, just understand that we're in the 3rd month, okay? We're in the 3rd month. And the 3rd month has 31 days to it. So the first month has 30 days. The second month has 30 days. And the 3rd month has 31 days. So if you used to add that, 30 plus 30 plus 31, that would be 91 days. 91 days, okay? Again, 30 plus 30 plus 31, that would be 91 days. And this is why it says, and it returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal and rises and sets in the 6th portal 31 sunrises or mornings on account of its sign. On that day, the day becomes longer than the night, and the day becomes double the night. And the day becomes 12 parts, and the night is shortened and becomes 6 parts. So the 6 parts for the night, 12 parts for the day. 12 plus 6 is 18. So we still see that there is no part of the day lost as far as all of it, as far as the sum of what is considered a day. It still has 18 parts. It's divided by when the sun is shown and when the night is revealed. Okay, and here we see that there's 12 parts that the sun is out. This is letting us know that this is deep into the summer. Like most of us right now, we're in that time of the year where we're deep into the summer. Okay. And so here we see again 12 parts for the day and the night 6 parts. Remember, it says that the day is double of the night. Well, 6 plus 2 is what? 12. The day is 12 parts. And the night is half of the day, 6 parts. And the sun mounts up to make the day shorter and the night longer. Why? Because this here, let me give you what this account of its sign on the 31st day is. It's the summer solstice. It's when the sun is at its highest point in the sky. We just had the summer solstice. If you go by NASA, they say it's June 22nd. It's not June 22nd. The summer solstice usually occurs, not always, but usually occurs on June 19th. Okay, according to Yahuwah's calendar. On the pagan calendar, it would be June 19th. On Yahuwah's calendar, it would be the first day of the 4th month. Now, if we continue, it goes on and says, and so it says here, and the sun mounts up to make the day shorter and the night longer. Why? Because now the sun is retrograding. It's going back from the summer solstice, which is the highest point, the zenith of the sun traveling north. Now is going back towards the equator to go towards the south. Okay? It's going towards the south. But when does it go towards the south? Every day is going lower and lower in the sky. It just went up to its highest point. That would be the summer solstice if you live north of the equator. If you live south of the equator, it's going to be your longest night and your shortest day. It's the opposite north of the equator. The south of the equator is going to see its longest night, where north of the equator, they're going to see their longest day. It's just the opposite of south of the equator. So everything that we're reading here in the book of Enoch is being presented to us as one who is north of the equator. Enoch is being shown the movement of the sun throughout the year north of the equator, not south of the equator. Why north of the equator? Because Jerusalem is north of the equator. And why is everything pertaining to north of the equator? Because Yahuwah has chosen Jerusalem to be his home for eternity. That's his city forever. The Torah goes forth from Zion. The Torah goes forth from Jerusalem, as it says in the book of Isaiah. And let's continue. Verse 17, and the sun goes out from the 6th portal and in the west and goes to the east and rises in the 5th portal 30 sunrises, 30 mornings. Again, it's talking about this month also being 30 days. Now, to save you all this time, we're going to go down here to verse 19, where it says on the 6th month that the sun rises in the 4th portal for 31 sunrises or 31 mornings on account of its sign. What sign could that be? What sign could that be? Well, I have it written down here as the autumn equinox. So in the Hebrew, there's a word. You don't have to know the word, but I'm going to share it anyways. In the Hebrew word, it is takupa, takupa. Some people pronounce it takufa with the F, like in Frank, but it's actually a P sound, takupa. Takupa is the turning of the season. There are 4 takupas in a year. You have the spring equinox, you have the summer solstice, you have the fall equinox, you have the winter solstice. These are the 4 signs on the earth on account of its sign that we're reading about in the book of Enoch. It happens 4 times a year. So what happens? Every season has 91 days because every season has 3 months. Each season has 3 months. The first month, 30. The second month, 30. The third month, 31 on account of its sign. So we have 91 days every season. How many seasons do we have in a year? 4. We have spring, summer, fall, winter. Each one of those seasons has 91 days attributed or accounted to it. So if you add 91 plus 91 plus 91 plus 91, you get 364. 364. 9 times 6 is 36. Plus you have that 1 extra day for the 4 times in a year. That gives you 4. So if you add it all together, 36 plus 4, you get 364 in a year. 91 days every month. Every quarter or every season. And so it goes on and says here almost at the end of chapter 72, verse 31, it says this. And on that day, the sun rises from the portal and sets in the west and returns to the east and rises in the 3rd portal. Notice it's rising in the 3rd portal for 31 sunrises and sets in the west of heaven. On that day, the night decreases, amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. And the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as its days, 364. So what is a year? 364 days. But you will all say, but I thought the year had 365 days. You're right. On the Gregorian calendar, it does. The Gregorian calendar, the Catholic calendar, is following what we call a solarized calendar. Let me write this down. Let me give you guys some, because I got to write this down. I know some of you guys are probably visual learners like myself. 31. So we have 365 days and a quarter. Okay. This is a sun cycle. Okay. This is a sun cycle. But what we just read here, it says, and the day, it says, and the day to 9 parts in the night equals to the day, and the year is exactly as to its days. Okay. The year equals to the days, which would be 364. So 364 equals 1 year. 364. This is Yahuwah's calendar, what he calls his year. So I'm going to put Yah's year. Okay. Yah's year. 364. Now you're going to see this number 364 come up a few more times as we're reading. Before we break this down to show the difference between the 365 and a quarter day cycle, the sun cycle, and Yahuwah's 364-day Yah's calendar year, they're both spoken of here in the book of Enoch, the first book of Enoch. It literally talks about this 365 day and a quarter, but we're not to follow this. The world follows this number. We don't follow this number. And I'm going to show you as we continue. Okay, so we see that it talks about these 12 months. There's no 13 months. I know some of you have been watching your TikTok, scrolling and seeing people talking about, oh, this old Bible says that there's 13 months in a year, and it's written here in this inside of this Bible that was found in 1785 or whatever they talk about. There is no such thing as a 13th month. Let's get that out the way. The only reason why you will have 13 months, and I'm going to show you here, according to scripture, why you will see a 13th month is because they are following a moon cycle. It's the only reason why you'll get a 13. But let's continue. Now we're going to go to the book of Jubilees. The book of Jubilees is something very astonishing. And I think this, for me, takes out all the guesswork when it comes to what do we use? Do we use the sun? Do we use the moon? Do we use the stars? What do we use? We're already told in Genesis chapter 1, I read it for you earlier, verse 14, that he said, let lights be in the firmaments, okay? And let them be for days and for years, right? For seasons, right? And for signs, yes? Okay, so if the sun, moon, and the stars are for these reasons, we get that. But which one of these are we supposed to follow? How do we follow when a month begins? How do we follow to know when a day begins? How do we know where we are in the days of the week? Well, according to what we just read in 1 Enoch chapter 72, which I read for you, not all of it, but most of it. Remember how it talked about how the sun comes out of these portals and how it does this for 30 days? And then it does this again another 30 days, and it does it again now 31 days, and then it goes through it again 30 days, 30 days, 31 days, 30 days, 30 days, 31 days, until the year is complete, 364 days. So we see that the sun, according to Enoch, is what is to be used. Well, what does it say in the book of Deuteronomy? Let every word be established by 2 or 3 witnesses. Let every word be confirmed by 2 or 3 witnesses. Let a matter be established by 2 or 3 witnesses. So now we're going to get a second witness to what Enoch was saying in chapter 72 about this great luminary called the sun, how it comes up out of these portals 364 days. Now, one time did we talk about the moon about 364 days? It was the sun that equates to 364 days exactly. So now Jubilees says this. Jubilees chapter 2, starting at verse 8. And on the 4th day, he, Yahuwah, created the sun and the moon and the stars. So we're talking about the 4th day of creation, the 4th day. And he set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon all the earth, and to rule over the day and the night. Sounds a lot like Genesis chapter 1, doesn't it? And divides the light from the darkness. Notice what verse 9 says that we don't see in the book of Genesis. And YAHUAH ALAHYM appointed the sun. Let's let that marinate for a second. The mighty one appointed the sun. What did he appoint it for? What did he appoint the sun for? He said he appointed the sun to be a great sign on the earth. What did we just read in Enoch chapter 72? What did it say here? Verse 13. And in return, it, being the sun, the sun, returns to the east and enters into the sixth portal and rises and sets in the sixth portal 31 sunrises on account of its sign. What did Jubilees just say here? 2 verse 9. And YAHUAH ALAHYM appointed the sun to be a great sign. The sun is to be a great sign on the earth. So the sun is to be a great sign on the earth, but for what? Well, it tells you right here. YAHUAH ALAHYM appointed the sun for days. He appointed the sun for Sabbaths. Yeah, you see it? Let me read this as it says. And YAHUAH ALAHYM appointed the sun to be a great sign on the earth for days and for Sabbaths and for months and for feasts and for years and for Sabbath of years and for jubilees and for seasons of years. This is the connection. It's the hub to the wheel of spokes. Okay. This is the center. This is the access, if you will. Without this understanding, without this information of how the sun is used, is a critical component to Yahuwah's calendar. Let me say that again. It might not come out the same, but I need you to hear this. The sun, the sun, is a critical component, a piece of Yahuwah's calendar to understand Yahuwah's calendar. You're not going to know it unless you understand this information about the sun, the sun. Okay, not the moon, not the stars, not some stationary, stagnant Gregorian calendar with the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I have to ask you a question. For those of you who believe of what you have received since your birth and you were raised into this Gregorian calendar system, how is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday attached to the sun or attached to the moon or even attached to the stars? Do you ever listen to the weatherman, or you ever listen to your pastor, preacher, teacher? Have you ever heard a scientist, an astronomer, an astrologer? Has any of them ever attached Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday by looking up at the sun or by looking up at the moon or by looking up at the different shades, or I shouldn't say shades, or the patterns of the Mazaroth, or what we call the constellations, the stars in the heavenly realm? The answer to that would be never. They never attach these days that we know of as Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday to the sun or the moon or the stars. And yet we just read right there, and I'm going to show it to you guys again, just so you all know. Let me put these bookmarkers here so I don't lose my places. Let's go back over here and let's look at Genesis again, because some of you say, well, if it's not in Genesis to Revelation, I don't want to hear. Well, let me take you back to Genesis. Okay, because your brain is stuck with what has been canonized by a group of men who were not in the truth, by the way, mind you. They were starting a new religion called Christianity. And this is why we have this Gregorian calendar called the Gregorian calendar that has been given to us by the Catholic Church, the Catholic institution. It is the Roman Catholics who has given us the calendar that we are all following and that we're using for commerce, that we're using for the days off, and we're using for days on, and we're using for holidays, and we're using for regular days. It is all contrived by the Roman Catholic Church. It was not given to us by the Creator, but the Creator, the one that He gave us, just like everything else He gave us, we walk away from it. We don't listen to it. We don't follow those instructions. We don't keep those commandments. Why? Because we're keeping the commandments and the doctrines of men. But right here in the book of Genesis, again, I have to show this to you so that we don't forget, because you're probably like me. You might forget. Soon as someone tells you something, I forget, oh, that's right, you did say that. Yes, so let me reiterate it to you. Again, here in chapter 1 of Bereshit, also known as Genesis, verse 14, YAHUAH ALAHYM, this is who a lot of people call God. That's not his name, nor is that his title. He said, let lights come to be in the expanse of the heavens to separate the day from the night, and let them, what? The lights. Let them be for signs and for appointed times and for days and for years. And I ask you all a question again, those of us who are living in this time. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, how is that attached to the sun, moon, and the stars in the sky? And if you're being real with yourself and you're being real with what you've been taught, you'll say it's not connected. I don't know how it's connected. Other than we see the sun come up and we say, oh, it's Monday. We see the sun come back up, oh, it's Tuesday. But the placement of the sun in its revolution throughout the seasons, Abba Yahuwah has numbered each day of the year according to the placement of the sun in its movement over the surface of the earth. Not the way that we have been taught by the Gregorian calendar that this day is Sunday, this day is Monday, this day is Tuesday. This is the whole reason why you cannot use this calendar when you're out in the wilderness, because it is detached. Listen to me. This calendar that everyone is following, called the Gregorian calendar, is detached from the sun, moon, and the stars. So if I was to place you in a cave and you was in that cave, and you were desensitized from any sun, moon, or stars. You don't know when the sun came up. You don't know when it went down. You've been in there for weeks in the cave. And you come out of that cave and I say to you, Jimmy, what day are we on? What month are we on? Where are we at on Yahuwah's calendar? First of all, you would have to know Yahuwah's calendar to know how to find where you're supposed to be at on Yahuwah's calendar. But because we're talking about this amongst one another right now, using this as a scenario, if you don't know the calendar of Yahuwah, you're not going to know where you're at on his calendar. You're not going to know where you're at on the season. You're not going to know what month you're in. Because you and I have been following the wrong calendar system. We've been following the Roman Catholic's calendar system. So now we would have to go around into society waiting for somebody that we can ask and say, what's today's date? And then they'll tell you, oh, today is July 6th, 2026. All of this has been contrived by those who are keeping record since the institution gave them the calendar to contrive and keep this record that we find ourselves on right now, saying that we're in the year 2026 and that we're in the month of July and we're on the 6th day of July. This has all been contrived by the Roman Catholic Church. This has not been given to us by Yahuwah, and it is not connected to the sun, moon, and the stars. So if you go into a cave and you're deprived, you're literally deprived of all light, you have no idea what day it is, what week it is, what month it is, what time of the season of the year it is. But if you knew Abba Yahuwah's calendar, you would know. You would know. But we'll get to that later. What I'm trying to get you to see is here, it's saying that our calendar is supposed to be connected to the sun, moon, and the stars. And I would have you to understand, and I'm going to say it again, the Gregorian calendar is not attached. The Gregorian calendar is not attached to the sun, moon, and the stars. It's a stagnant calendar, meaning that it is stationary. And this is why they have to continue on adjusting it. Even the atomic clock, they have to adjust it because they just won't let time be time. They won't let the sun to dictate where we're at in the time of the day. No, they have to have it incrementally the way they want it. And everything, your phone, your watches, your computers, your laptops, your tablets, your every system that is connected digitally, that can upload and download, is connected to this atomic clock in Colorado. And even there, they have to adjust it after so many years to stay on point. They have to keep adjusting it. They have to keep adjusting it. But if you allow the time to be time by following the orbs in the sky, you're never going to be off because it's always on time. It's going to go and do what it is to perform because it has been given by Abba Yahuwah what the sun is supposed to do. And it says this in the book of Jubilees. Let's go here. Let's continue with this. Book of Jubilees, chapter 2, verse 9, again. And Yahuwah appointed the sun to be a great sign on the earth for days, for Sabbaths, and for months, and for feasts, and for years, and for Sabbath of years, and for jubilees, and for seasons of years. And what did I say earlier? You must understand this verse 9, chapter 2 of the book of Jubilees, for you to understand this calendar. Without understanding this crucial point, all of what I'm saying to you is just going to go over your head because you're going to continue to think about the Babylonian system, or you're going to think about following the lunar calendar, or you're thinking about your Gregorian calendar because you don't want to upset your boss because you're working from Monday to Friday because you're on the Babylonian system of keeping time. You're not on Abba Yahuwah's system of keeping time. And all you have to do is just go back and just do a little history on the Gregorian calendar. If you go back and look at it, and I'm going to do it for you because some of you just won't do the studying yourself, won't do the research yourself. You want somebody else to force feed you. Well, today I'm going to force feed you. And I hope you get full. I hope you learn. I hope that you're going to take it in and you're going to let it germinate in your stomach, and it's going to bring forth fruit unto Abba Yahuwah. So again, it is the sun that is appointed for our days. It is the sun that tells you when the Sabbath is. It is the sun that tells you when a month begins and when it ends. It's the sun that tells you when you are to do your appointed times of Leviticus chapter 23. It's the sun that does this. It's the sun that tells you when the year begins and ends. It's the sun that tells you of the 7 years. It's the sun that tells you the 50 years of Jubilee of years. And it's the sun that dictates when the season goes from spring to summer and summer to fall and fall to winter and winter back to spring. It's the sun that does all this, not the moon, not the stars. It is the sun. This is so crucial to understand the calendar, because if you don't understand how the sun is used, as simple as it is, as we're reading this, and many of you can attest to this, there are people who will still argue. You can go into some of these rooms right now on TikTok where they're probably discussing about a calendar, and you'll see some people that talk about how you're supposed to follow the phases of the moon. And you show them this and out of the book of Jubilees, and they'll say, oh, no, that's been changed. You don't understand what you're reading. That's the lying pens of the scribes. Everything's the lying pens of the scribes when it doesn't follow your narrative, when it doesn't go along with what you understand. This hasn't been changed. In the Ethiopian Bible, same book, same words, translated the same way. The Dead Sea Scrolls, when they found the book of Jubilees there, which is older, predates the book of Enoch, the Bible, the Ethiopian Bible, by 600, maybe 700 years, even up to 1,000, some people say. Still the same words. Still saying the same thing. Saying how the sun has been appointed for days and for Sabbaths and for months and for feasts and for years. Nothing has changed. What has changed is our doctrine. What has changed is the information that has been given to us. What has been changed is what has been hidden from us that they didn't want us to see. They kept it from our sight because they knew books like Enoch and Jubilees is going to expose the Catholic Church with their false calendar. And that's what it's doing for some of you right now. Some of you are realizing, wow, the Roman Catholic Church done did it again. Yes, they did. That's why she has many daughters. All of you Protestants out there, if you're still keeping the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday calendar, you're keeping January to December calendar, you're under the spell of the Roman Catholic Church. When I say you're keeping it, I'm not talking about because you go to work and you have a Monday to Friday schedule. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when you have it in your mind that the Sabbath is on a Saturday. Are you not spellbound? Are you not prideful? Are you not being a rebel? If you're hearing what I'm sharing with you and you're seeing what I'm trying to show you here, what it talks about, and we're talking about the Sabbath right now, okay? How can one find the Sabbath and you think it's connected to Saturday? And then I ask you the question, how is Saturday connected to the sun? How do you know that today is the Sabbath and you say that it is Saturday, it's the Sabbath? How do you connect that to the sun? The S-U-N. And every last one of you say, I don't know. Because it's not connected. It's a day that they have just given and said, this is the Sabbath. And it's going to be attached to this day that we call Saturday. Now, the word Saturday has a lot into it. Yes, it's connected to Saturn. And if you know what Saturn is, it's a mighty one, Saturnalia. Saturnalia has to do with Satan. Saturnalia has to do with a six-pointed star, the same star that these people say is the Star of David. The scripture, and also in the book of Acts, it is called either the Star of Moloch or the Star of Ranfan. It's a six-pointed star, and it's attached to Saturn. Why do you think these people who call themselves Jews attach the Sabbath to Saturn's day? We're supposed to be in a so-called Judeo-Christian society, right? We're supposed to be attached to a country that they say is a Judeo-Christian country, right? We're supposed to be attached to and living in a society that says that their God is the God of the Bible, right? Then why is the Sabbath called Saturn's Day? That is attributed to Saturnalia, that is disguised, who we know as Satan. Why? And why is it attached to a six-pointed star, the number 6? Why? Why can't the Creator's children, the children of Israel, those who have been born into Israel and those who have been grafted in by adoption, why are we having a hard time with Yahuwah's calendar? I tell you why. For those of you who are struggling with this calendar, is because you see it, but it doesn't align with your lifestyle in this world. I said it. I said it. That's the problem. The problem is not the information. The problem lies within you to line up with the scriptures. You are the one who has to make an actual decision in your mind to say, I'm going to follow Yahuwah, right or wrong, I'm following him, regardless of what the society says, regardless of what Babylonian says about the week, or regardless of what they say is the beginning of the week, regardless of what they say is the work week. I'm not following that. I'm following Yahuwah. That's where the problem comes in. Because many of you see this information. You understand what is being told to you, and we're just scratching the surface. But I have to say this because many of you, my mishpachah, my family, those of you who are coming into this truth like myself, the problem that we have with Yahuwah's calendar is that it goes against the calendar of man, which upsets our schedule. Like today, first day of the Roman calendar week. The Roman calendar says today is the first work day of the work week. How do we get ourselves to not be connected to this work week that we all find ourselves in? As I have shared this with many of you before, Many of you are slaves to the system. What do I mean by that? You work for the system. You are an employee. A few of us are self-employed. If you are self-employed, you have freed yourself from the system. You who have freed yourself from the system, like myself, we have no excuse why we cannot line up with what we're reading here in Jubilees chapter 2, verse 9, about how the sun dictates the days, the Sabbaths, the months, the feasts, the years, the Sabbath of years, the Jubilees, and the seasons of the years, because we should be able to set our schedule according to Yahuwah. Some of our brothers and sisters don't have that privy. They don't have that, what's the word that they like to use? Not leniency. There's another word I'm looking for. But they're not able to do so because they work for the man. They work for Pharaoh. They work for Babylon. They are an employee. They are a slave. Now, I know this causes a lot of issues with a lot of you, and some of you even question me even sharing this with you, because some of you say, oh, no, you got to let them know. They got to have the Sabbath off. They got to keep the Sabbath off. 100%. I agree. 100%. I agree. But each one has to walk out their own salvation. Okay? Some of you are single. It's easier for you to say, you know what? I'm going to look for another job that lines up with Yahuwah's calendar as I understand it. Others of you, you might have a family that you're raising. You might have children. You might be the only sole provider for your family. And you find out about this calendar and you're like, how do I don't want to be in disobedience. I want to keep the fourth commandment. I want to remember the Sabbath and keep it set apart. I want to keep it Kadash. I want to esteem that day. Your heart wants to do it, but your job won't let you. And you're looking for all the remedies through your job. You're going through the union reps. You're going through your boss. You're asking your manager. You're talking to human resources. You're trying everything that you can. Some of you haven't. But some of you have. And they won't give you the remedy. They won't give you what you're seeking. They won't give you the day off. What do? What do? You take it before Abba Yahuwah. You let him know. Cry out to him. He'll see your heart. It's your heart posture. He's looking at your heart. He's looking at your heart. Let's continue. How crucial is the Sabbath day? The Sabbath is very crucial. Well, we just read in Exodus chapter 31, where he says it's a sign between him and his people. Look at what it says here in Jubilees. Same chapter, chapter 2. We just read about the fourth day of creation. Now we're going to read about the seventh day of creation. Notice what it says. And notice this beautiful information that we're about to read. I find it so beautiful. Listen to this. Verse 17. Second chapter of the book of Jubilees. And he, the creator, Yahuwah, gave us a great sign, the Sabbath day, that we should work 6 days, but keep Sabbath on the seventh day from all work. And all the angels of the presence and all the angels of the purification, these two great classes, he, Yahuwah, has hidden us. He has hidden us to keep the Sabbath with him in heaven and on earth. Think about that. It's not talking about Adam's kind. It's not talking about humans. It's talking about the heavens and the earth of these angels that were created. They are keeping Sabbath with Yahuwah. Yahuwah's keeping Sabbath? Oh, yeah. Did you not read Genesis chapter 2? That this was the completion of what he did in 6 days and he rested on the Sabbath? Yes. The angels kept it too, and they're still keeping it. If today is the Sabbath day, and it is, that means even the angels are resting today. They're resting today. You might, well, what do you mean they are resting? Now, there are some that have their work, just like the just like the Levitical priesthood. They had their work that they needed to do within the tabernacle. And even when the temple was set up, what did the Levitical priest have to do? They have to continue to offer up offerings. They have to remove the showbread and bake new showbread and place it back up on the table. So there was work for them to do even on the Sabbath. The angels, same manner. There are some angels that don't have to work, and there are some angels that have to continue to perform service before Abba Yahuwah, before his throne. But isn't this beautiful? Again, and let me back up. And he gave us, the us here is the angels. The angel that is speaking here is the angel that was told by Yahuwah to inform Masha, to tell Moses, the same Moses who wrote Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, is the same one who gave us the book of Jubilees. And this is why Jubilees is called the lesser Genesis, as some people call it. Some people call it the little Genesis. But to me, there's nothing little about the book of Jubilees. In fact, it has more information than the book of Genesis. The book of Genesis is an overview, a summary, if you will, whereas the book of Jubilees gives you a little bit more information, a little more detail between the lines, between the sentences. And so here we see how it talks about this angel saying that Yahuwah gave them a great sign, the Sabbath day. What? The Sabbath day is a great sign between Yahuwah and the angels too? So not only is the Sabbath a sign between Adam's kind and Yahuwah, but even the angel kind and Yahuwah. So that means that the angels are also keeping Torah to this very day. Well, nobody ever taught me this before when I was in Christianity, because this isn't Christian doctrine. Christianity stays away from the book of Jubilees. They don't want you to even read it. They don't even want you to look at it. They're telling you, don't go near that book. That's a false book. Hence why they call it pseudeographa. Same thing with the first book of Enoch, pseudeographa. It's a false book. It's a false writing. This is how they control the narrative, people. This is why you didn't know about this calendar. This is why none of us knew about this calendar until now. Why? Because we're part of the Great Awakening. You are to count it a baruch, a blessing, a barakah, to hear this information right now in this time, in this day, in this hour, because Abba Yahuwah is preparing himself a people who are going to become priests and kings in their own right, who are subjected to the Bane, to the Son, Yahusha, the Messiah. Don't you understand that every priest, when you read the Old Testament, the Levitical priesthood, they all had to know the calendar. They had to know it. How can you tell people when the time of appointment was if you don't know the calendar? If you're following the moon, you're bringing in the calendar, you're bringing in the high days at the wrong time. Yahuwah is not going to be pleased with you. This is what the Pharisees and Sadducees were doing. This is why John and those who followed John separated themselves from those who were at the Temple Mount. This is why, and I've shared this before, why the Messiah, when he was called to his ministry at the age of 30, as it says in the book of Luke, he didn't go straightway to the temple in Jerusalem. No, he went straight to John. Why did he go to John? Why didn't he go to the Levitical priesthood? So they call themselves, right? The Pharisees and Sadducees. They're supposed to be in the place of the Levites, but they were not the Levites. They were placed there by Herodias. And before Herodias, they were placed there by the Assyrians. This is where we get the Pharisees and Sadducees, these sects of Jews. They had a whole different calendar. They followed the calendar of the Babylonians, hence why they are using the phases of the moon. But notice what it continues to say here. And he hidden us to keep the Sabbath with him in heaven and on earth. This only the angels can do this, because no man is able to ascend into heaven right now. We can't keep it up in heaven. We're here on the earth. And he said unto us, to the angels, behold, I will separate unto myself a people from among the peoples, and these will keep the Sabbath day, and I will set them apart unto myself as my people, and will baruch them as I have set apart the Sabbath day, and do set it apart unto myself. Even so I shall baruch them, and they shall be my people, and I shall be their mighty one. And I have chosen the seed of Jacob, Jacob, aka Yasharal, aka Israel, from among all that I have seen, from among all the other people, and have written him down, meaning Jacob, written him down as my firstborn son, and have set him apart unto myself forever and ever, and I will teach them. He's going to teach who? The Israelites. Remember, Jacob's name was changed to Israel. I will teach them the Sabbath day, that they may keep the Sabbath thereon from all work. And thus he created therein a sign in accordance with that they should keep the Sabbath with us, with the angels, on the seventh day, to eat and to drink and to baruch him who has created all things. And then he has baruch and set apart unto himself a peculiar people above all the peoples, and that they should keep the Sabbath together with us, the angels. And he caused all his commandments to ascend as a sweet savor acceptable before him all the days. And there were 22 heads of Adam's kind from Adam to Jacob, 22 generations. And 22 kinds of work were made until the seventh day. This is Baruch and Kadash, and the former also Baruch and Kadash. And this one serves with that one for purification and barakah. And to this Jacob and his seed, that is to the Israelites, it was granted that they should always be Baruch and Kadash, the Kadash ones, the Kadashim of the first testimony and law, even as he has separated or purified, set apart the Sabbath day on the seventh day. He created the heavens and the earth and everything that he created in 6 days. And YAHUAH ALAHYM, the mighty of mighty ones, made the seventh day. Notice that he made the seventh day set apart. Let's stop there for a second. Why are we told that YAHUAH made the seventh day? How can you make a day? Think about it for a second. How can one make a day? Well, the Catholics did it. What are you talking about, the Catholics? Yeah, the Catholics made a day when it wasn't a day. They said that the Sabbath is on Saturn day. Saturn day is not a day that YAHUAH has created. It is an institution of man. Man has made that day unto himself. Where did he get it from? He got it from Satan. This was already prophesied in the book of Daniel. Let me show you this. Daniel chapter 7. Let's go there. Daniel chapter 7 says this. And it's talking about a kingdom that was going to do this. Verse 25. And it speaks words against the Most High. Who's the it? This is the false Messiah, the Antichrist, as Extians like to call it. Excuse me. And it, that is the anti-Messiah, speaks words against the Most High, and it wears out the set-apart ones. It wears out the Kadashim, the saints, the Talmudim of the Most High, and it intends to change the appointed times and law. And they are given into his hand for a time, times, and half a time. This has already occurred, and yet it's going to happen again. What am I saying? As we know, Abba Yahuwah's scripture seems to repeat itself, but there's always an actual interpretation of the prophecy as it was given, why it was given, and what would be the transpiring of that prophecy to be given. What am I saying? What I'm saying is yes, even though this has already occurred once, it's going to happen or occur again. Times and seasons have already changed. This is why we have this calendar. We have this Gregorian calendar. If you read the book of Daniel, chapter 7, it tells you about this fourth kingdom. And we know this fourth kingdom to be Rome. It was the Roman Empire that gave us the Gregorian calendar. I've already said that earlier. This prophecy has already been fulfilled. But to its full fulfillment, it's going to occur even more when the mark of the beast is revealed. This is why it says here, and it speaks words against the Most High. Where have we read this before? Shaul said the same thing in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. What does it say here? Who opposes and exalts himself above all that is called YAHUAH ALAHYM, or that is worshipped, so that he sits as YAHUAH ALAHYM in the dwelling place of YAHUAH ALAHYM, showing himself that he is Alahym. This is the one that speaks all this wickedness. And it speaks words against the Most High. This is what he does. This is Shaitan. And so this calendar that we're all following, that the world is following today, is of Satan. They've changed the times and the seasons. They've given you their appointed times, their holy days, their holidays. You're not following Abba Yahuwah's set apart days, his high days. You're following the Catholic Church's holidays that was given to it by Satan. You're not following the calendar of Yahuwah. You're following the calendar that the Roman Empire gave you to this very day. You're not following his calendar. You're following the institution of Rome's calendar. And so is everybody in commerce. New York Stock Exchange. What are they following? They're following the Catholic calendar. The Catholic calendar says Sunday is a day off. What does the New York Stock Exchange do? They're shut down. They're not doing any commerce on SUN day. That's their Sabbath. The Creator told us to do the same thing. Do not handle no money on the Sabbath. You are not to do any money changing on the Sabbath. What did they do? What did the Roman Catholic Church do? They changed the appointed times, did they not? Yes, they did. They say everything shut down on Sunday. Now, I'm not talking about every single thing, but as it has to do with pertaining to the government, to the institution, it's shut down. Look at the banks. There's no banks open on Sunday. There's no banks open on Sunday. What are they telling you? We listen to the authority of the Roman Church, the pontificate, and what he has said, we shall do. We're not listening to Yahuwah up in the heavens. No, we're listening to the man at the Vatican. And the man at the Vatican says Sunday is the day off. And so since Sunday is the day off, I ain't doing no commerce today. I don't have to go to work today. Your boss says you don't have to go to work today. All the corporations of America says you don't have to go to work today. Not talking about today, but Sunday as of yesterday. If you can't see this, then your eyes have seriously been blinded. You are so deep into the spell, may Abba Yahuwah help you. Because he's the only one that can open your eyes to see. He's the only one that can remove the scales that Babylon has put on your eyes to make it to where you are so blurry to vision that you can't see the truth. And so again, it speaks words against the Most High. It wears out the saints of the Most High, and it intends to change the appointed times and law. Did this institution not do both? All in one swipe? At the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD? They gave you a new Sabbath day, and anybody who has been seen Judaizing, as they like to say, shall be an anathema, separated, accursed. If anybody keeps the Jews' Sabbath, if anybody is seen keeping any of their appointed times, they are to be prosecuted. These days are coming again. This is why we read in the book of Revelation chapter 12, verse 17, that Satan goes after those who keep the words of Elohim and have the testimony of Yahusha. He's not going after those who are not doing neither one of these two, because you are already under the institution of the Roman diocese. Revelation 12:17. And the dragon, you know who that is. The dragon is who? The great dragon was thrown out, that serpent of old called the devil and Satan, who leads the world astray. This is who this dragon is. And the dragon was enraged with the woman. Who's the woman? The woman is the 144,000. The woman is 144,000. And he, Satan, went to fight with the remnant of her seed. Why is he fighting against the remnant of her seed? Because the woman was given the wings of an eagle, and she was to fly into her place that was given to her, where she is going to be nourished for a time, times, and half a time. Where is that place that she's going to be nourished? It's not here on the earth. It's off the earth. It says that the 144,000 were redeemed from the earth. They were taken. They're not here. They have been promised by revelation, by Messiah in Revelation chapter 3, verse 10, that they are going to be kept from the hour of trial that shall come upon the whole world. Notice what it says here: because you have guarded my word of endurance, I also shall guard you, or keep you, from the hour of trial that shall come upon all the world, to try those who dwell on it. They have been restored. They have the restored information. They have the restored calendar. They have the restored name. They know what the restored agreement is. They know what it means to be the restored people. And so they are the ones who are going to be restored. They're going to be taken up. You might be one of them. If you heed and adhere to his doctrine, you might be one of the 144,000 households who has been promised to be kept from the hour of trial that shall come upon the whole world. You might be one of them, you and your household. And so Satan goes after the 144,000, who is this woman. And it says that he went to fight with the remnant of her seed. Who's the remnant of her seed? The ones who didn't make the cut, who was not part of the cream of the crop, who were not part of the first fruits, who were the 144,000. He's going after those who are keeping the commandments of YAHUAH ALAHYM. To be able to keep it, you must know it. And what is it that we're supposed to know? Well, we're supposed to know his commandments. We're supposed to know his dietary laws. We're supposed to know his appointed times. We're supposed to know to keep the Sabbath, because after all, it is a sign between us and him. And we're getting a second witness to that also in the book of Jubilees, that even the angels in heaven, it's a sign unto them, between him and them. And it's a sign unto us, between us and him. And he's going after those who are possessing the witness, the testimony of Yahusha the Messiah. So you must be a full, well-rounded believer, not just the New Testament only. You got to have the Old Testament as well. You can't just have the Old Testament only. You got to have the New Testament as well. You can't have just the apocryphas only. No, you got to have the Old and the New Testament along with the apocrypha. You got to be a well-rounded person who has all of the counsel of the knowledge and the wisdom of Yahuwah. You may not know everything about Yahuwah, but what he has revealed to you, you are to stand in it and you are to perform it. That is his commandment. Why do we make this so difficult upon ourselves? Because we are egotistical, we're prideful, and we're hard-headed. So now let's go back to the calendar. We go back to the book of Jubilees about this seventh day, about the Sabbath day, and notice what it says here. Verse 25. And he created heaven and earth and everything that he created in 6 days. And YAHUAH ALAHYM made the seventh day set apart for all his works. Therefore, he commanded on its behalf that whoever does any work thereon shall die. Isn't that what we read in Exodus chapter 31? Anybody who is caught working on a Sabbath, he shall be cut off from his people. Oh, that's not a nice thing to say. to those who are not keeping Torah. That's what's going to happen. You don't keep the Torah, you're separated. And that he who defiles it shall surely die, shall be put to death. For that reason, do you, or to say, for this reason, Masha, command the children of Yasharal to observe this day, that they may keep it set apart, and do no work at all thereon, and not to defile it. For it is more set apart than all the other days. It is more set apart than all the other days. And whoever profanes it shall surely be put to death. That is the lake of fire. And whosoever does thereon any work shall surely die eternally, shall die eternally. That the children of Yasharal may observe this day throughout their generations and not be rooted out of the land, for it is a set apart day and a Baruch day. And everyone who observes it and keeps the Sabbath thereon from all his work will be set apart and Baruch throughout all the days, like unto us, the angels. Declare and say to the children of Yasharal the law of this day, both that they should keep the Sabbath thereon, and that they should not forsake it in the error of their hearts. In the error of their hearts. Let me bring back what I had just shared with you earlier in Ezekiel, so we do not forget, so we do not err in our hearts. Ezekiel, let's go back here to chapter 22. Remember what we just read here, starting at verse 26. And her priests, this is again Ezekiel chapter 22, verse 26. Her priests have done violence to my teaching, and they profane my set apart matters. They have not distinguished between the set apart and the profane, nor have they made known the difference between the unclean and the clean. And they have hidden their eyes from my Sabbaths, and I am profaned in their midst. They have hidden their eyes. That means that they have purposely looked away from keeping the Sabbath. They purposely looked away from keeping the Sabbath. Again, declare and say to the children of Yasharal the law of this day, both that they should keep the Sabbath thereon, and that they should not forsake it in the error of their hearts. They hidden their eyes from keeping the Sabbath, and that it is not lawful to do any work thereon that is unseemly, to do thereon their own pleasure, that they should not prepare thereon anything to be eaten or drunk, that it is not lawful to draw water or to bring in or to take out thereon through their gates any burden that they had not prepared themselves on the sixth day in their dwellings, meaning the day before, which was yesterday for us, because today is the Sabbath. Yesterday was preparation for the Sabbath. Yesterday was the sixth day. And I'm going to show you all that are still listening, and those who are listening to this recording, how to know that today, this day that we call in the pagan calendar, July 6th, 2026, on the day of the pagan day known as Monday, is the Sabbath day for this year. Notice I said for this year, because it's not going to be this next year. It's not going to be on a Monday next year. But let me not, again, put the carriage before the horse. So it goes on and says here again. And so it says, let me see, the lawful thereon, that they should do no pleasure on that day during, okay, and their dwelling. Verse 30. And they shall not bring in nor take out from the house to house on that day, for that day is more set apart in Baruch than any Jubilee day of the Jubilees. Jubilees has always been looked upon as a very high day. When is the day of Jubilee to be performed? The Day of Atonement. The Day of Atonement is the same day as the day to be released from any contract, to be released from being a slave. You are to be restored to your tribe, to your clan, to your family, to your people. Every Jubilee. Every Jubilee. And Yahuwah is saying that the Sabbath is greater than the Jubilee. The Sabbath is more greater than the Jubilee. And then it goes on and says, on this we, that is the angels, kept the Sabbath in the heavens, because again, no mankind is in heaven celebrating the Sabbath right now. Okay. I mean, there might be some who are in their ruach, in their spirit, before the altar of Yahuwah celebrating it. But as far as the resurrection, no one who is a resurrected saint is keeping the Sabbath before Abba Yahuwah in the heavens right now, because the resurrection has not occurred. And so it goes on. And on this, we keep the Sabbath in the heavens before it was made known to any flesh, before it was even made known to Adam, because Adam wasn't even created yet, to keep the Sabbath thereon on the earth. And the creator of all things, Baruch, he Baruch it, but he did not set apart all peoples. He did not set apart the Chinese and the Japanese and the Koreans. No, he did not set apart all the people to keep the Sabbath thereon, but Israel alone. Now, before you get all twisted about what I just shared here, Israel comprises of not only those who are born by blood into Israel, but by those who shall also be grafted in amongst the Gentiles. You do not have to be DNA Israel from the loins of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to be able to partake with the commonwealth of Israel. That's the great news. The great news is offered to everyone, which is eternal life. But there's a stipulation. The stipulation is you must be obedient. If you are not obedient to his instructions, you have nothing to do with him. You have shown your fruits, and your fruit, along with you, with you being the tree, you shall be bundled up with the other trees that don't bear fruit, and you shall be thrown into the lake of fire. Again, not my words, his words. Every tree that does not bear fruit of righteousness shall be thrown into the lake of fire. Notice what is being said here, people. On this, we, the angels, kept Sabbath in the heavens. Stop right there. They've been keeping Shabbat in the heavens. So you mean to tell me when he said here in the book of Genesis, at the very beginning of the opening chapter of the book of Genesis, when he said this, what did he say here? And YAHUAH ALAHYM said in the third verse, let light come to be, and light came to be. Your translation may say, and let there be light. You mean to tell me before he said, let there be light, the angels in the heavens were keeping Sabbath before the earth was even founded? That's a serious statement. What that tells me is that time, remember, Yahuwah created the seventh day. What did it say here? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Where did he say that? And YAHUAH ALAHYM made the seventh day set apart. He made the seventh day set apart. He created the seventh day. This is why the Messiah said he is the author of the Sabbath. He is the master of the Sabbath. He is the creator of the Sabbath day. Nobody can change that day. Nobody can say this is the day when Yahuwah said, no, this is the day. He created it. And aside from the sun, moon, and the stars, somehow Yahuwah knows the time because he created the time. And so when he put the sun in the sky, the sun became the marker of how to know when a day begins and when the day ends. When the Sabbath begins and when the Sabbath ends. When a week begins and then when the week ends. When a month begins and when the month ends. He created time. And he gave us the sun, the S-U-N, as the marker of how to keep that time. Because he was keeping, and he's still keeping, and the angels have been keeping this before the sun, moon, and the stars were even created. They were keeping it in the heavens. Do they have a sun up there? I don't think so. Do they have a moon up there in heaven? I don't think so. Do they have stars in the heaven before the throne of Yahuwah? I don't think so. Then how are they keeping the Sabbath in the heaven? because Yahuwah is the author of time. He says when a day begins. He says when the times are. He says when it is the appointed time. When you understand this, then you can separate yourself from the Babylonian system. You can separate yourself from the Gregorian calendar. You can separate yourself from this Babylonian system. So he says here in verse 31 of Jubilees, chapter 2, and the creator of all things Baruch did. Baruch what? The Sabbath day. But he did not set apart all peoples and nations to keep the Sabbath thereon, but Yasharal alone. Them alone he permitted to eat and drink and to keep the Sabbath thereon on the earth. And the creator of all things Baruch this day that he had created. Notice that he had created. He created it for a barakah and for a purification and an esteem above all the days. Above all the days. This law and testimony was given to the children of Yasharal as a law forever until their generations. It's a law forever. It's a law forever. It didn't stop at the so-called pagan cross, the cross. The Messiah didn't say that the law of the Sabbath has been done away with. Nowhere does he teach that. Nowhere does Paul teach that. Let me show you something. Even after Paul's so-called conversion, let's go to the book of Acts. I want you to see, even after Paul's conversion, okay, he kept the Sabbath. He kept the Sabbath. Let me see here. Is this the one? Acts chapter 13, verse 11. And now see, the hand of Yahuwah is upon you, and you shall be blind, not seeing the sun for a time. And instantly a dark mist fell on him, and he went around seeking someone to lead him by the hand. And having seen what took place, the proconsul believed, being astonished at the teaching of the master. Now back here you see here it says, then Shaul, who also is Paul, filled with the set apart Ruach, looked intently at him. Okay, this is who he's talking to. Then it goes on and says, and having put out from Paphos, okay, meaning that he left there, Shaul and those with him came to Perg in Pamphylia. And Johanan, John, having left them, returned to Yahushalom. This is John, the disciple, the one who gave us the book of John, okay, the so-called Basora of John, and the 1st and 2nd and 3rd John, along with the book of Revelation. That John, having left them, returned to Yahushalom. He went back to Jerusalem. But passing through from Perge, they came to Antioch in Pisidia, and went into the congregation on the Sabbath day and sat down. They did this on the Sabbath. And just in case you don't see who it is, it says, and after reading the Torah and the prophets, like what we did earlier, the rulers of the congregation sent to them, saying, men, brethren, if you have any word of encouragement for the people, speak. And who stood up? Shaul, standing up. He's there on a Sabbath day, not on the first day of the week. And he starts to address the Israelites. And then it goes on and says here, as you continue, it says, and for those dwelling in Yahushalom and their rulers, because they did not know him, they did not know the Messiah, nor even the voices of the prophets. They didn't understand the writings of the prophets that are read every Sabbath, having filled them and having judged him, judged the Messiah. It goes on and says here, and when the Yahudim went out of the congregation, after they heard Paul preaching, the nations begged and have these words spoken to them in the next or on the next Shabbat. So they were going to come again and listen again, Paul's teaching on the next Shabbat. And then it goes on and says, and on the next Sabbath, almost all the city came together to hear the word of YAHUAH ALAHYM. They came to hear what? Not the words of Paul. They came to hear the words of YAHUAH ALAHYM through Paul. Okay? And so it goes, but speaking boldly, Shaul and Barnabas said, it was necessary that the word of YAHUAH ALAHYM should be spoken to you first. But since you thrust it away, talking to the Jews, and judge yourself unworthy of everlasting life. See, we turn to the nations, we turn to the Gentiles. This is why the Gentiles, just like we see today, there are more Gentiles who are being grafted in than those who are Israel's eyes are being opened up to know that they are the true Israelites. Many of them still think of themselves as Hamites or Gentiles. So sad. So sad. And again, and I'm not going to, bore you with all these parts where it talks about how they continue to come together every Sabbath. Okay, this is the book of Acts. All right. Again, you can read all this for yourself. Acts chapter 16, verse 13. And on the Sabbath day, we went outside the city by a river where there used to be prayer. And having sat down, we were speaking to the women who met there. And a certain woman named Lydia, a seller of purple, from the city of Thyatira, which is one of the 7 assemblies in the book of Revelation, she was worshiping YAHUAH ALAHYM and was hearing, whose heart the master did open. Okay, her heart was open. The master opened her heart to pay attention to what Shaul was saying. When did this happen? On the Sabbath day. Yeah. Chapter 17. It says here, and having passed through Amphipolis, or Amphipolis, and Apollonia, they came to Thessalonica. This is to the Thessalonians, where there was a congregation of Jews, Yahudim, and according to his practice, Shaul, aka Paul, went in unto them for 3 Sabbaths and was reasoning with them from the scriptures. Shaul was still keeping Sabbath. Why? Because Shaul also understood the law. You're to remember the Sabbath. You're to keep it. Now, as we go back here to the book of Jubilees, I want to show you why you are not supposed to follow the moon. Let's go to Jubilees chapter 6. Jubilees chapter 6 says this, and we're going to start off here in verse where should we begin? All of this is like great information. Verse 28. Chapter 6, verse 28 says this. And on this account, he ordained them for himself as feasts. Who is he? Noah. Noah has ordained them to himself as feasts for memorial forever. And those are the first month, the 4th month, the 7th month, and the 10th month. Okay. This we can talk about later, but these 4 have to do with the celebration of the seasons. All right. Celebration of the seasons. And he would enjoy them. They became a celebration unto him. And we are to do that as well, because it says, on this account, he ordained them for himself as feasts for memorial forever. And thus they are ordained. And they placed them on the heavenly tablets. Each had 13 weeks. What had 13 weeks? Each season had 13 weeks. Each season of the year has 13 weeks. So if you take 13 plus 13, you get what? 26. 26 plus 26, you get what? 52. How many weeks are in a year? 52. So if we divide 52 into 4, you get 13. So there's 13 weeks in each season. Spring has 13 weeks. Summer has 13 weeks. Fall has 13 weeks. And the winter has 13 weeks. That's what it's talking about here. Okay. And it goes on and says, and they placed on them the heavenly tablets. Each had 13 weeks. And from one to another, their memorial, from the first to the second, and the second to the third, and the third to the fourth. It's talking about the quarters of the year. The first quarter of the year, the first 3 months. The second quarter of the year, the next 3 months. The third quarter of the year, the next 3 months, and the fourth quarter of the year, the next 3 months. All 4 quarters make up a year. And all the days of the commandment will be 52 weeks. Remember, 13 times 4 gives you 52. 52 weeks of days. And these will make the entire year complete. So if you multiply 52 times 7, you get 364. Not 365 and a quarter. You get 364. Okay, remember, everything that Abba Yahuwah does is perfection, is completion. There's 7 days in a week. Yeah. And then there's going to be 52 sevens in a year. This is why we follow 364 days and not 365 and a quarter. That 365 and a quarter, I'm going to show you where that is to be placed. And we find that in the book of Enoch. So let's continue. Thus it is engraved in verse 31. Thus it is engraved and ordained on the heavenly tablets. They're written in heaven. You can't change what's written in heaven. It's in heaven. No man can get up there. Not even Satan himself can change the calendar. It's written on the heavenly tablets. And there is no neglecting this commandment for a single year. It is never to be changed from any year. From year to year, and command you, the children of Yasharal, that they observe the year according to this reckoning, according to this method of counting, 364 days, and these will constitute a complete year. Not 365, it says 364, and these 364 days will complete a year. And they will not disturb its time from its days and from its feasts. So if you follow this 364-day reckoning of counting of the year, you're going to be on the right day at the right time of the appointed times of Yahuwah, according to Leviticus chapter 23, where we find the Passover, the unleavened bread, the Feast of First Fruits, the Feast of Shabuat, also known as the Feast of Weeks, aka Pentecost, where we find the Feast of Trumpets, where we find the Day of Atonement, and where we find the Feast of Sukkot, also known as the Feast of Tabernacles. All of this, if you keep this calendar, you will not go astray as to the counting of the time. And this is why it says again, and there is no neglecting, verse 31, this commandment for a single year, for year to year. Verse 32, and command you, the children of Israel. This is what this angel is saying to Moses, to Masha. Masha, you are to command the children of Israel, the children of Yasharal, to observe the year according to this counting, 364 days. And these will constitute a complete year, and they will not disturb its time for its days and from its feast, for everything will fall out, or that is to say, everything will be completed in them according to their testimony. They will not leave out a day nor disturb any feast. That's if you observe according to this method of counting 364 days. Verse 33, but if you do neglect and do not observe them according to this commandment or his commandment, Yahuwah's commandment, then they will disturb their seasons, and the years will be dislodged from this order. What order? The order that we was just told how you are to keep it for 364 days and not 365 and a quarter, or following the moon cycle, which is 354 days. And it says, and they will disturb the seasons, and the years will be dislodged, and they will neglect their ordinances. And all the children of Yasharal will forget. Not maybe, they will forget and will not find the path to the years. Why is that going to happen? Because they're going to go away from the calendar of Yahuwah. And they will forget the new months, not new moons. You're going to see why this word had to be scratched out as I put it here, because you're going to see it cannot be the word new moons. In fact, you won't even find that in the original Hebrew. It doesn't say Rosh Yurak. It says Rosh Kadash. Rosh Yurak would be new moon. We don't find those two words anywhere together in the Hebrew writings. What we do find is Rosh Kadash, and Rosh Kadash is not new moon. It is the new beginnings or new months. And so it goes on and says, they will not find the paths of the years and will forget the new months and seasons and Sabbaths. And they will go wrong as to the order of the years. For I know, and from now on I shall declare it unto you, Moses. And it is not of my own devising, says this angel. He says, this is not my own opinion. Why? Because the books, they are written, they are lying right before me, and they are on the heavenly tablets. The division of days is ordained. They have already been sealed. Can't change it. It's ordained. Lest they forget. Who forget? The children of Yasharal. Lest they forget the feast of the agreement. Leviticus chapter 23. And walk according to the feasts like Christmas, Easter, New Year's Day, 4th of July, Thanksgiving, Halloween, all of the stuff that you are all following according to the commerce of Babylon, which is connected to the Gregorian calendar of Rome. So you're doing all of the feast days of the Gentiles, their holidays, their holy days, after their error and after their ignorance. Why? Because they don't know this calendar. They don't know the true calendar of Yahuwah. But now some of your eyes are being opened that's listening to me right now. Your eyes, you're no longer in ignorance. You are now going to be held accountable for what you're hearing. You're no longer ignorant of this true calendar. You may not know all of its understanding, but you are now being exposed to this calendar. Verse 36, for there will be those who will assuredly make observations of the moon. Listen to this, how it disturbs the seasons and comes in from year to year, 10 days too soon. For this reason, what reason? Making observations of the moon. The years will come upon them when they will disturb the order and make an abominable day, the day of testimony, and an unclean day, a feast day. And they will confound all the days, the set apart with the unclean and the unclean with the set apart. For they will go wrong as to the months. Why? Because they're making observations of the moon. This is why we know it cannot be new moons, because you're not supposed to be making observations of the moon. So you can't have a new moon if you're making observations of the moon. You're not supposed to be making observations of the moon. You're supposed to be making observations of the sun. It is the sun that has been appointed for days and for weeks and for months and for Sabbaths, not the moon. This is why I told you earlier, you have to understand this part of Jubilees chapter 2, verse 9. This right here is the main focal point of understanding Yahuwah's calendar. If you don't understand how the sun is dictating your Sabbaths, your days, your months, your feasts, your years, your Sabbath of years, your Jubilees, your seasons of years, then you're going to go wrong as to everything that we're reading about here in Jubilees chapter 6, starting at verse 36, where it talks about those of you who are following some other calendar, specifically following the moon. And they're going to go wrong as to all these days. They are going to make an unclean day and make it a set apart day, for they will go wrong as to the months. They'll go wrong as to the Sabbaths. They're going to go wrong as to the feast days. They're going to go wrong as to the Jubilees. Why? Making observations of the moon. Verse 38, for this reason, I, this angel says, command and testify to you, Moses, that you may testify to them, to the children of Israel, that after your death, Moses, the children of Israel will disturb them. They are not going to follow the calendar, so that they will not make the year 364 days only. So not only did the children of Israel receive the agreement, the marriage vows of keeping the 10 commandments between them and Yahuwah, but they also received the calendar and how to find the Shabbat. They were the ones who were to keep this agreement, this marriage vow, this contract with the creator of heaven and earth for all their generations, to them and to their children and their children's children. But just like the rest of us, as you all know, we're stubborn and stiff-necked people, and we're not going to follow and listen to Abba Yahuwah. And so we're going to go wrong as to the days and to the weeks and to the months and to the Sabbaths and so on and so forth. So that they will not make the year 364 days only. We sure didn't make it 364 only. We made it 365 and a quarter. Because we're following the Gregorian calendar. We're not following Yahuwah's 364 calendar. And for this reason, they will go wrong as to the new months, not new moons, and seasons, and Sabbaths, and festivals, and they will eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh. Now, you may say, so then how do we find the true Sabbath? I'm glad you asked. Now we're coming to that point. So we see now, so far, everything that we read, that there is a time of the Sabbath. And not only is there a time of the Sabbath, but we are able to locate the true Sabbath. But how do we do that if we don't know where to begin our count? That's what I'm about to show you. Give me a second here. I think my mouse died on me. It sure did. All right, so now I'm going to show you how do we find the very first day of the year. This is how you find the Sabbath. Without knowing the first day of the year, you will not know how to locate the Sabbath. Remember, we were told in Jubilees chapter 2, verse 9, that Yahuwah appointed the sun for the year. But not only the year, for days, for weeks, for Sabbath, right? But we got to locate the beginning of the year to be able to locate the first Sabbath. You got to know the first day of the year. According to the Gregorian calendar, the first day of the year is January 1st. That's not Yahuwah's first day of the year. Let's go to Exodus chapter 12. Exodus chapter 12, we're told this. Exodus 12, Yahuwah spoke to Moses, and to Aaron in the land of Mitzrayim in Egypt. The Exodus did not occur yet. Okay. It says here, this new month, you see, I have the word moon scratched out here. For those of you who are looking at the screen, you will notice that the word moon is italicized, meaning that its font is slanted. It doesn't look like the word new, and it doesn't look like the word is. It has a different typesetting. It's a different font. If you read the preface of this book, it's going to tell you that any word that is italicized has been added by the translator for verification or to say for better understanding of what is being said or being translated. Well, here they cause confusion by bringing the word moon into the text because they should have just left it out. They should have just had here, this new month is the beginning, or this first month is the beginning of months for you. It is the first month of the year for you. So right here, we're getting a clue that Moses is being told the beginning of the year. And it talks about here, speak to all the congregation of Yasharal, saying on the 10th day of this month, each one of them is to take for himself a lamb according to the house of his father, a lamb for a household. If we go down here, it says, and you shall keep it until the 14th day of the same month. Then all the assembly of the congregation of Yasharal shall slay it at the evening or between the evenings. And they shall take some of the blood and put it on the two doorposts and on the lintel of the houses where they eat it. So this we know is the Passover. When does the Passover occur? In spring. So how do we know when the first day of the year is? When it says that the 14th day is the Passover, that you are to slaughter this lamb and to put its blood on the lintel and the doorpost. How do we go back 14 days to find the beginning of the year? Well, this is where we get into when it's the first day of the year. The first day of the year is known as the spring equinox. Remember what we read in First Enoch chapter 1. Now, there are people who like to change the meaning of this, but let me show you. This is my understanding, and I'm going to show it to you. Again, chapter 72 of the first book of Enoch, okay? We're going to go down here to verse 5. The chariot on which, or on the chariot that the sun, he ascends, the wind drives, the sun goes down from the heaven and returns through the north in order to reach the east. And is so guided that he comes to the appropriate portal and shines in the face of heaven. In this way, he rises in the first month in the great portal. What we was just reading in Exodus chapter 12, Yahuwah told Moshe, this is the beginning of months for you. Okay? So we're talking about the first month, the beginning of months for him. Same thing here. He's being told here, or Enoch is being told, that the sun rises in the first month in the great portal. That is the fourth portal in the east. Remember, I was telling you earlier that if you was to go out your house facing east every day, if you was to locate every time the sun comes up over that horizon and you was to make a marker, you'll start to notice that there are 6 portals throughout the year that the sun comes up over the eastern horizon. These 6 portals is exactly what the Messiah was telling Enoch here through the angel, that the sun on that first day of the year is going to come up out of the 4th portal. That 4th portal, if you're looking east, it's going to look like it's in the middle of the horizon. Like if you was looking due east it's going to be coming straight at you. The sun, when it's coming up over that horizon, is going to be looking at you dead in your face as you're looking at the sun rising in that fourth portal. If you was to make a marker there, the very next year, that sun is going to make that mark again. That's that great sign where the sun is coming up. When does that happen? It happens in what we call, in the modern verbiage, spring equinox. Enoch doesn't call it spring equinox here. What he says here is this: and in that fourth portal, when the sun rises in that first month, on the 12 are 12 window openings. From that proceeds flames when they are open in their season. When the sun rises in the heaven, he comes out through that fourth portal 30 sunrises in succession and sets accurately in the fourth portal in the west of heaven. Accurately. And during this period, the day becomes daily longer and the night nightly shorter to the 30th sunrise. On that day, the day is longer than the night by a ninth part. Okay? By a ninth part. And I said this earlier. Remember, the whole day, 24-hour day, has 18 parts. I know we break it up into segments of 12 hours in a day, 12 hours at night. Okay? But what we're talking about is Yahuwah has told Enoch by the hand of a messenger, by the hand of an angel, that the day is segmented into 18 parts. The day portion and the night portion equals to 18 parts. All right? The sun on this first day of the year is going to be equal to that of the night. So that means that there's going to be 9 parts of the day and there's going to be 9 parts of the night. But when does this begin? You have to go all the way here to the very last day of the year in chapter 72 here. And remember what it says. Verse 31. And on that day, the sun rises from the portal and sets in the west and returns to the east and rises in the third portal. Notice it's rising in the third portal. It has not started the beginning of the year yet, because to start in the beginning of the year, it must come up in the fourth portal. Remember, that's what it says here. It says what? In this way, he rises in the first month in that great portal, that is the fourth portal. And in that fourth portal, that the sun rises in the first month. And it says down here, when the sun rises in the heaven, he comes out through that fourth portal, 30 sunrises, 30 mornings. All right. Again, if we go back here to the very end of the year, because this attaches, is going back around to the first of the year, which is here. So to know the end of the year, to see the beginning of the year, you got to read the end of the year to see how it's coming back around. And so it says here in verse 31, and on that day the sun rises in that portal and sets in the west and returns to the east and rises in the third portal for 31 sunrises and sets in the west of heaven. On that day the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts. The night decreases because it was 10 parts earlier. The night amounts to 10 parts and the day is 8 parts. All right. But now, on account of its sign, the 31st morning, it is now on that night, it decreases. Now it's to 9 parts again. Remember, how many parts are in a day? 18. So now the night is equal to the day. And the year is exactly as its days, 364. This is the last day of the year when it's coming back around, that 31st day, okay? That 31st day, that's the last day of the year on account of its sign. But the very next day is the actual spring equinox. That is the sign. That 31st day is not when the sign occurs. It's the 31st day is there because on account of its sign. The very next day when that sun rises, there's the sign. But the evening is, or that night is when the 31st day is completed, because it's done in the third portal and it's about to rise up in the fourth portal. And it's going to rise up in that fourth portal 30 sunrises, as it says at the very beginning of chapter 72. I hope you guys are listening and understanding this. Let me turn on the chat to see if you guys are still with me. Does it make sense what I'm sharing with you about the very last day of the year how it comes back around to the first day of the year. Again, we see here that the day and the night are now 9 parts. So the day is 9 parts and the night is 9 parts, equal day to year, or day to day. The day and the night are equal, and the year is exactly as its days, 364. Khan. All right. So I see many of you are paying attention. I didn't put you all to sleep. Hallelujah, Yahuwah, for that. We got about another 25 minutes to go before we're done with this. I'm hoping that I can keep all of this in a 3-hour segment. So again, this is how we know that the spring equinox is the beginning of the year. We have something to back it up. Let every word be established by 2 or 3 witnesses. Now let's go to the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is another book that is not accepted in Christian circles. Oh, they talk about it. Oh, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and this Bedouin boy threw a rock into the cave and to scare out his little sheep, and the sheep came out, and the shepherd boy went and got his sheep, but he heard this crackling in the cave, and there was a whole bunch of potteries in there, and realized that there were scrolls inside these potteries, and this is where we get the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Dead Sea Scrolls, and this is just my opinion. Let me clarify this. This is just my opinion. I believe the Dead Sea Scrolls were placed in these caves by the Dead Sea by John the Baptist and his followers. By John the Baptist, John the Immerser, Yohanan the Immerser, and his Talmudim, his disciples. Remember, John had disciples, and his disciples ended up following the Messiah. They left John and they followed the Messiah. These books, these scrolls, if you will, were located. This is one of the reasons why I believe, again, this is just my opinion, I believe, because there was a separation of John. Remember I was saying earlier, the Messiah, when he was about to start his ministry, he didn't go straight towards the Temple Mount to present himself before the high priest. No, he went to John. Why? Because John was the son of the high priest. John is from the tribe of Levi. John, that year, was supposed to be high priest. This is why the Messiah went to John to be anointed by him through the act of immersion. That's why he didn't go and present himself to the Pharisees and Sadducees, because they were not a legitimate priesthood. They were put there by Herodias. So, Dead Sea Scrolls. Let's see how it shows us that the beginning of the year is the spring equinox. So we're going to go to 4Q400 as soon as I find it. And here it is. 4Q400 fragment. Okay, so this is the fragment number. Fragment number 4Q400. Why is it called a fragment? Fragment because those scrolls were so old. If you ever look up an image of the Dead Sea Scrolls, you'll see pictures of it. And when they unraveled the scrolls, it broke up like puzzle pieces. Some of it was lost to it was just gone. As soon as they opened it up, it obliterated, right? Pieces just like disintegrated. But there were certain parts of the parchment that was still readable. They became fragments. And so they numbered those fragments. And the fragment numbers we have, this one is called 4Q400. And this is what it says at the opening of this 4Q400 fragment. It says, to the master song of the Holocaust of the first Sabbath on the what? 4th of the first month. It's telling us that they said that the very first Sabbath of the year is the 4th day of the month. Notice what it says here. The first Sabbath on the 4th of the first month. So now many of you probably don't know this, but we have a calendar that's available to those of you that are interested. But I want to show you what it's talking about here about this calendar. So let me, hold on 1 second. Let me bring it up here. Give me a second here. Bring up the calendar. All right. Okay, so that's the second month. Okay, here's the first month. All right. Aki Lester, this one is page 330 in this book that I have. Okay, for 4Q400. And again, it's talking about the first Sabbath of the first month. It occurs on the 4th day of the first month. So I'm going to show you our calendar. All right. This calendar is based upon everything that I have presented to you from Enoch chapter 72, from the first book of Enoch, to the book of Jubilees chapter 2 and chapter 6, and now this fragment number out of the Dead Sea Scrolls 4Q400. Now remember, it said that the first Sabbath of the year is on the 4th day of the first month. Here you can see Kadash 1, Hebrew meaning first month, month 1. You see there, faded is the number 4, number 3, number 2, number 1. Just so you can see, here's the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Okay, the 4th is right here. Notice that this column is called the Sabbath, Shabbat. So this whole column is going to be the Shabbat. Here is the first day of the year. Okay, but I want you to notice something. You'll see in the red the pagan equivalent days. All right. So you have here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Now, the reason why we had to place this here so that everyone can see what is transpiring. The spring equinox. Let me blow this up so you can see. The spring equinox this year occurred on the 20th of March. All right. The spring equinox occurred on the 20th of March. The spring equinox is viewable by observation everywhere on the earth on that day when the sun rises in their local geographical location. This year, it occurred on the pagan day, Friday. March 20 fell on Friday. All right. Now, if the first day of the year is the spring equinox, by understanding what we're being told here, the first Sabbath is on the 4th of the first month. So if the first Sabbath is going to be on the 4th day after the spring equinox, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is going to be our first Sabbath of the first month. It is attached to the sun. Remember what we read in Jubilees chapter 2, verse 9, that the sun, the S-U-N, is a great sign on the earth. Those 4 great signs, the takupa, the turning of the season, happens at the very first day of spring, the very first day of summer, the very first day of fall, and the very first day of winter. So here we have the very first day of spring, which is the spring equinox. Remember, we were talking about how each season has 13 weeks. Each season has 13 weeks, okay, or 91 days. There's 91 days in 13 weeks. So if the first day is the spring equinox, we just have to count from the spring equinox, 4 days from the spring equinox. Spring equinox happened on a Friday this year. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. That's 4 days from the spring equinox. If it occurred on Friday, then that means the Sabbath is going to occur on a Monday. Today is a Monday. Hence why we are keeping the Sabbath today, because again, the Sabbath is dictated by the S-U-N, the sun, when it comes up in the 4th portal on the first month of the first day. That happens at the spring equinox. The spring equinox is that great sign upon the earth. It's just one of 4 signs. Again, it happens in the 2 equinoxes and the 2 solstices. I hope that makes sense. And every how can I say that? Every first day of the season, 4 days later, is going to be the Sabbath. Let me show you. So here we have the spring equinox. 4 days later is the first Sabbath of the spring, right? Now let me go on to to the 4th month, because remember, there's 3 months in every season. Now we go to the 4th month. The 4th month, Kadash 4, it lands on a Friday again. Just like the first day of the spring, the first day of the summer also lands on a Friday. This is the 92nd day. Okay? Remember, every season has 91 days. This is the 92nd day. It happened or occurred on June 19th, was the summer solstice. 4 days later from the summer solstice, 1, 2, 3, 4, you have your Sabbath. It occurs on a Monday. Let's go to the fall equinox, which is going to be on the 7th month. Kadash 7, here's the fall equinox. What do you know? It's going to happen this year on the 18th of September. It's going to be a Friday. 4 days after the fall equinox, 1, 2, 3, 4, it's a Monday. It's a Shabbat. Everything's still consistent. Let's go to the 10th month, which brings us into the winter. The 10th month brings us into the winter. What do you know? The first day of winter falls on a Friday. It's going to occur on the 18th of December. 4 days later from the winter solstice, 1, 2, 3, 4, it falls on a Monday, pagan Monday. It's our Sabbath. So, this is how we know when the true Sabbath is. If you know the first day of the year, then you know the Sabbath. So let's go back to the first day of the year. Let me go back. All right. First day of the year. Notice that the spring equinox is always going to occur on the 4th day of Yahuwah's calendar week. Why is the spring equinox going to occur on the 4th day of the week of Yahuwah's calendar week? Because it was on the 4th day, if you recall, in Genesis chapter 1, verse 14, he created the greater light and the lesser light. What day were they created in the creation week? 4th day, Yom 4. Yom 4. Spring equinox is always going to occur on the 4th day. In fact, all the takupas, all the turning of the seasons is always going to occur on the 4th day of Yahuwah's calendar. It's not going to happen on the 3rd day of the week. It's not going to happen on the 5th day of the week. It's going to occur on the 4th day of the week. What are the chances that everything that has to do with the Sabbath and the location of the Sabbath has to do with the number 4? Why not the number 7? After all, the Sabbath is on the 7th day. But why is it connected to the number 4? Because Yahuwah wanted those who are seeking him to understand the connection between the Sabbath and the 4th day. Why is this? Because it's the sun, the S-U-N, that was created on the 4th day, that comes out of the 4th portal, according to the first book of Enoch, that comes out of that great portal, the 4th portal, okay, for 30 sunrises. And it's the 4th day from the 4th month, or the first month, that you receive your first Shabbat. All of these number 4s. Did you know that the 4th commandment has to also do with the Sabbath? He didn't make it the 3rd commandment. He didn't make it the 5th commandment. He made the Sabbath, to remember the Sabbath, the 4th commandment. Do you think that's by coincidence? I don't think so. This is the intricacies of our Abba Yahuwah and how he uses numbers to speak to us, to his people. He speaks to us through numbers constantly. It is not by coincidence. To be able to locate the Sabbath, you got to see how it's connected to the number 4. It's amazing. It's amazing. So now let me show you a calendar bead. So we use this to help us follow and to number our days. Okay. Let me back this out so you guys can see this. So this is how I keep track of numbering my days. And I got to update this because I haven't updated it today. I got like a whole bunch of these in the house. And we do provide these for those of you who are interested at a little nominal fee. My wife is the one who makes these, but we're not going to talk about the costs and all of that today. But if you do want one of these to help you to be able to remember how to number your days, this is a perfect tool to help you. Okay, so this is based on what we're talking about today. There are 12 months in a year, not 13. As you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, each strand is a month. They're separated at the top here, okay, by seasons. All right, this will be the spring, this would be the summer, this would be the fall, and this would be the winter. Okay, all right. Now on this calendar bead, you'll see that there are 3 colors. You see the white all throughout. You see white beads. You see the gray beads, okay, and then you see the silver beads. All right, the silver beads are separated 7 beads in between. Those are our Sabbaths. Each silver bead that you see, these are Sabbaths. So now the gray beads are regular days. All right, and then you have the white beads. The white beads are high days. So this one here is the Takupa, known as the spring equinox. All right, 4 days later, your first Sabbath. 7 days later, your second Sabbath. Another 7 days, another Sabbath. Another 7 days, another Sabbath, right? The first month, remember, 30 sunrises. This is 30 days right here, all right? 30 days. The second month, what does it say? It says another 30 days in the second month. And then it says on the third month, 31 sunrises on account of its sign. So there's 31 days in this third month, but the sign doesn't occur to the very next day, which is the summer solstice. 4 days later from the summer solstice, you have your Sabbath again, but it doesn't break the count from the third month to the fourth month. Notice, because again, the very first Sabbath happens on the first month of the year. I mean, the fourth day of the year of the first month is the first Sabbath. This day, the spring equinox, occurs on the 4th day of the week, right? 4th day of the week. This is going to happen. 4th day of the week. This year, it landed on a Friday. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Now, every Sabbath from that spring equinox, as it is this year, is going to be on a Monday. All right? Then you count. So this is 4 days. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, next Sabbath. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, next Sabbath. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, next Sabbath. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. That's the first month. Okay? So from this Sabbath to the very last day, there's 5 days. Sabbath, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we start back over here at the bottom. 6, 7, Sabbath. 7 days again, Sabbath. 7 days again, Sabbath. 7 days again, Sabbath. 7 days again, Sabbath. Then we come down here to the third month. 7 days again, Sabbath. 7 days again, Sabbath. 7 days, Sabbath. 7 days, Sabbath. Now we have 3 days here at the very end of the third month, but it's 31 days. This is the 3 days here, okay? But notice here, we pick it back up now. 4th day, 4th day. This is the summer solstice, the Takupa. Okay, 4th day, 5th day, 6th day, Sabbath. And it goes like this all the way through for 12 months, all the way to the end, and then it starts back all over again. So from here, this is the last Sabbath of the year, but you'll notice that there is a black bead. This one right here. Why a black bead after the last Sabbath of the year? Right here, we have this black bead, and then we have 1, 2, 3 days. If those are the 3 days, and we start the year all over, this will be the 4th day. This will be the spring equinox. 6th day, or 4th day, 5th day, 6th day, 7th day. There's the spring equinox. The first Sabbath of the year. So again, first day of creation, 2nd day of creation, 3rd day of creation, 4th day, 5th day, 6th day, Shabbat, right? Now, what does this black bead represent? This is the 365th day. But I thought we're only supposed to keep a 364-day count. Yes. So why the black bead? This black bead is the moment of day separation. It is starting a new creation week. This is why we have the 1st day, 2nd day, and 3rd day here at the end of the year and not at the beginning of the year. Because again, the beginning of the year begins at the spring equinox on account of its sign. It's the 4th day of the week. Remember, he gave us the sun, moon, and the stars on the 4th day of the creation week. When he set that up, that became the marker to start our count. When he put that sun up in the sky, this is how mankind, Adam kind, is going to start keeping its days from that day. The first 3 days are here. Let there be light. 2nd day, separated the waters from the waters and created the firmament. 3rd day, he planted the trees and the plants, right? 4th day, where's the 4th day? There it is. 4th day is the spring equinox. This is when he put the sun, moon, and the stars in the sky. The 5th day, he created all the animals, or not the animals, but the fish and the birds on the 5th day. The 6th day, he created the mammals that walk on the land, the beasts of the field, and he created Adam and Yahuwah, Adam and Eve, at the end of the 6th day. And then he rested on the 7th. All right, but now let's go back here to this void day, this black day, this black bead. Why is it here? Because, as I said earlier, the sun cycle is 365 and a quarter. We can't get around this. This is evident. So much so that it's in the book of Enoch, and I'm about to show it to you. But we're told to only count 364 days. We're told about this 364 days over and over again. You're only to count 364 days. Remember what we read in Jubilees chapter 6? It says that it's a surely counted that we're not going to keep a 364-day count only. And for this reason, we're going to go wrong as to all the days and months and years and Sabbaths. Let me read that last part again. Jubilees chapter 6. What did it say here? Verse 38. For this reason, I command and testify to you, Moses, that you may testify to them, the children of Israel. For after your death, Moses, the children of Israel will disturb them, so that they will not make the year 364 days only. For this reason, they will go wrong as to the new months, seasons, Sabbath, festivals, and they will eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh, because they're not making the year 364 days only. So now, let me show you the 365 in the book of Enoch. If we go here to chapter 75, or chapter 74, excuse me, chapter 74 of the first book of Enoch, right here, it says this, verse 10. And if 5 years are added together, the sun has an overplus of 30 days. And on the days that accrue to it for one of those 5 years, when they are full, amounts to 364 days. The overplus of the sun and of the stars, notice the moon is not mentioned, the overplus of the sun and the stars amounts to 6 days in 5 years. Let me read verse 11 again, that I have underlined. And the overplus, that means the remainder of the sun and the stars, amounts to 6 days in 5 years. So we're going to do a little calculation here. Let me show it to you what I'm talking about. Let me pull up my calculator. All right. Bring that down. Open up the calculator. All right. Now, first we're going to do the 365 and a quarter. 365.25. All right. Times. And it said, so you guys all understand, it's talking about a 5-year time. Okay. An overplus of the sun and the star amounts to 6 days in 5 years. Excuse me. So we're going to do the overplus, the 365 and a quarter. If you didn't know to plug this in, you're going to know because it says that there are 6 days. It amounts to 6 days in 5 years, an overplus. So 365 and a quarter times 5 years. 365 and a quarter times 5 equals 1,826 and a quarter. You see that? If people are talking crazy, yes, let me go ahead and shut it down. Let me go ahead and shut it down. All right. So again, notice 1,826, all right, and a quarter. That's 365 and a quarter times 5. Remember this number. I'm going to write it down. $1,826, and then we can put a quarter there. All right. 1826 and a quarter, 1826 and a quarter. All right. Now let's clear this. Now we're going to do it with 364. 364 times 5 equals 1820. Notice there, 364 times 5 now gives us 1820. Well, 1820 minus 1826 gives us 6, does it not? It's exactly what it said here. And the overplus of the sun and the stars amounts to 6 days in 5 years. You can only get an overplus of 6 days in 5 years if you are calculating 365 and a quarter times 5. It gives you 1826 and a quarter. 364 in that same span of time minus that extra day and a quarter gives you 1,820 with a sum of 6. So we see here in the book of Enoch that it attributes this understanding of an overplus of the sun in amount to 6 days in 5 years. I don't think it's by accident that that Enoch, who gave us this understanding from his book, he walked with Yahuwah for 365 years. What's the chances of the seventh man from Adam walking a life that was perfect before Yahuwah, that Yahuwah took him in his 365 or his 365th year of his life? He was taken. He was no more, for he walked with Yahuwah, just like we're supposed to walk with Yahuwah. Amazing, amazing. Now, there's a lot more to this, but I think we done covered enough for today for me to put this together and to compile here for a little over 3 hours for those who will be listening. This is how we locate the Sabbath. For those of you who might be confused, go back and listen to this again if you have the yearning desire to know this truth, to understand this calendar, what people call the Enoch or Zadok calendar. Not all Enoch and Zadok calendars, as people attribute them to the names of Enoch and Zadok calendar, are following this system. Okay, like World's Last Chance Ministries, they followed the Babylonian, following the moon calendar. You have this ministry called Zadok Way calendar. They use a 364-day calendar, but they started wrong. they're connecting it to the Gregorian calendar of starting their year every Wednesday for the first day of the year. They always wanted to start on a Wednesday so that they can have 4 days later will be their Sabbath, which is going to occur on a Saturn's day again. So they're still stuck in the Babylonian way of timekeeping, and they're mixing Yahuwah's calendar with the Babylonian calendar, and they created the Zadok way calendar, which is terrible. But anyways, don't want to confuse you with that. But there's others that do certain things like that. Okay. So with all that being said, I hope that this study of the calendar, and again, there is a lot that goes with this, okay? But again, I hope that a little bit of this studying of this calendar has helped some of you seen the truth in this calendar and why the Sabbath is on this day called Monday until the next spring equinox. There are other things that we can get into. I'm not going to get into that today, like when a day begins. And also when you're talking about the appointed times and how you use this calendar for the appointed times. All of that we'll have for another teaching for another day. I'll be Yahuwah willing. But I want to thank all of you for being part of this study of the calendar today. And now I'm going to open it up for any questions or comments, and I'm going to leave it on with this recording before we get off here in a little bit. Okay, so with that being said, any questions or comments pertaining to this subject? Pertaining to this subject. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. Thank you for today's lesson. Learned so much. Josie, all praises to Abba Yahuwah. Hit Less Gaming. Shalom. Could you show where it reads that we aren't allowed to trade money on the Shabbat? And how does that align with that was written on stone in Shemot, Exodus 20? Thank you. Great question. So again, you got to read between the lines, but there are let me see here. So let's go here. First of all, remember, we're not to do any work, right? In Exodus chapter 20, it says there that we're not to work. So right there, by understanding we're not to work, that means that we're not to be trading, what people call working, or to go out and trade commerce. Again, if we read here about the fourth commandment, remember the Sabbath to set it apart. 6 days you labor and you shall do your work. But the seventh day is a Shabbat, okay? So if the 7th-day Shabbat, you do no work, you, nor your son, nor your daughter, your male servants, nor your female servants, okay, nor your cattle, nor the stranger that's within your gates. You are not to do any work on that day, which has to do with handling money as well, okay? So we read also from chapter 31 about how we are not to do any work, right? Again, and you shall guard the Sabbath, for it is set apart to you. Everyone who profanes it shall certainly be put to death. For anyone who does work on it, that being shall be cut off from among his people. Okay? So again, we understand working and money are connected to each other. Now we can also go to, let me go here. Give me a second. I'll always be forgetting this passage for some reason. It happens to me every single time. Let me see. Amos. So here in Amos chapter 8, notice what it says here. Starting at verse 4. Chapter 8 of Amos, verse 4. Hear this, you who are swallowing up the needy, to do away with the poor and of the land, saying, when does the new month pass so that we sell grain, and the Sabbath so that we trade our wheat, to make the ephah small and the shekel large, and to falsify the scales of deceit, to buy the poor for silver and the needy for a pair of sandals, and sell the chaff of the wheat. So here we see, by reading between the lines, that is telling us that there are people who are complaining and grumbling about the day of rest. The first day of the month is treated like a Sabbath. You are not to do any work. You are not to trade or barter. Okay? This is what they're talking about here. They're waiting for the new month to be done away. They're waiting for the Sabbath to be expired so that they can start going out and making money again. We're not to do this. Okay? So this is also reading between the lines so you can see you are not to be doing any commerce. I hope that helps you understand as well. Okay. And I know I won't be able to get to everyone's questions. Let me see here. Beaten 60. Baraka. I came on late, but it was very informative so far. Would like to know more on the Sabbath keeping. Really thought the seventh day was true. Thank you, Connie, for the teaching. Beaten, you're very well. You're welcome. I mean, you're very well. You're very welcome. So the Sabbath, everything that pertains to Sabbath. So let's go over here and look at this also in the book of Isaiah. I think it's going to help out also with those of you who are asking, like the one brother that was asking about the Sabbath. So here in Isaiah chapter 58 is another passage about the Sabbath. Okay. It says, if you do turn back your foot from the Sabbath, from doing your pleasure on my set apart day, and shall call the Sabbath a delight. Excuse me. The set apart day of Yahuwah, esteem and shall esteem it, not doing your own ways, nor finding your own pleasures, nor speaking your own words. These three things we're not supposed to be doing on the Shabbat. Not doing your own ways. Okay. That means don't go golfing on the Shabbat. That means don't go fishing on the Shabbat. That means don't take your family to Six Flags on Shabbat. Okay. Nor finding your own pleasure. You see that? Nor speaking your own words. Nor speaking your own words. Then you shall delight yourself in Yahuwah, and I shall cause you to ride on the heights of the earth and feed you with the inheritance of Jacob your father. For the mouth of Yahuwah has spoken. Can I get somebody to look up the passage for me in the New Testament? I can't remember exactly where, but it says, Shaul says that that they are to bring their offerings for the needy on the first day of the week. Can somebody find that for me, please? I'm trying to remember where it is. I can't quite remember. I know somebody look it up in the search engine and find it quicker than I can look for it right now. First Corinthians 16, TURAH Aki. 1 Corinthians 11. Let's see which one it is. First Corinthians 16. Okay. So let's go to 1 Corinthians 16. Again, we got to read between the lines why the apostle Shaul is saying this. 1 Corinthians 16. And concerning the collection for the set apart ones, you are to do as I gave orders to the assemblies in Galatia. Every day, one of the week. Now that is butchering this, but what it's saying is on the first day of the week, let each one of you set aside, storing up whatever he has prospered, so that there is no collection when I come. Why is he saying on the first day of the week? Because you cannot handle money on the Shabbat. That's why he's specifically addressing the believers in Galatia, that if you're going to put something together for the needy, the homeless, the widow, the orphan, do it on the first day of the week. What did the Christians do? They take this, as well as what I read to you earlier in the book of Acts, where that young man fell out of the third-story window, which happened on the first day of the week. And they say, oh, see, they were coming together on the first day of the week. No, they were coming together on the first day of the week, not for service, not for worshiping Yahuwah, because the Shabbat was already set up for that. This is when they're coming together either to expound more on the word, like they did when we was reading in the book of Acts, where Shaul was giving understanding to those who were listening, or as he's saying here to those that are in Galatia, look, if you want to put together a contribution for those who are in need, do it on the first day of the week. Again, Shaul, without saying it, is keeping Shabbat. He's keeping the Torah by instructing and addressing them to say, look, bring the money together on the first day of the week and not during Shabbat. You can't do it on Shabbat. You can do it on the first day of the week. Okay? Any other comments or questions pertaining to what we're talking about here? Let me see. Let's see. Rich Vitality, love you too. Love you too. Ahaba Atah. Elizabeth Disciples, his name is Yahushua. Well, his name is not Yahushua, it's Yahusha, but that's a whole nother teaching for another time. Not going to get into that. But I'll say this much. It's better than saying Jesus that you say Yahushua. Lester, you said 1 Corinthians 11:18. Let me look at that. 1 Corinthians 11:18. First Corinthians 11:18 says, for in the first place I hear that when you come together as an assembly, there are divisions among you, and to some extent I believe it. Yes. 18 parts in a day. Aki Andy says, does that mean 4 parts for dusk and dawn, or is an hour not equal to a part? So the 18 parts, Aki Andy, has to do with the total from sunrise to sunrise. Okay? That includes the day portion and the night portion, equals to 18. 18. So if you read the book of Enoch, chapter 72, where it talks about how when the days are longer or when the days are shortened, and Enoch is talking about how there are 10 parts to the day and 18 parts to the night, or there's 11 parts to the day and there's 7 parts to the night. When you add those two together, they're always going to come up to 18. There's 18 parts in a 24-hour period. I hope that makes sense to you. Okay, so Yvonne, you have our older calendar bead. Okay, so let me show you what I'm talking about. So you have one of these. We don't make them like that anymore because of the understanding and to rid the confusion. So you have one of our first designs of the calendar beads, which is like this, okay? Where after the last Sabbath, you have 5 beads, all right? So the guy that we originally mimicked our calendar beads from was a guy by the name of Ed. Some of you know him. He's on TikTok. He's the one who came up with the idea of the calendar beads as we know it today. I don't know where he got it from. He said he got it from his understanding, and so he put it together. Anyhow, just so you understand, we didn't come up with this concept, but we have changed what we have received from Ed. Ed is the one who, after the last Sabbath on the 12th month, okay, the last Sabbath of the year, he had 5 beads. And what he was doing was he would count, he would separate it like this. Let me show you. He would separate these 5 orange beads by putting the slip knot like this. So he would have these 2, and then he have these 3. Okay, so here's the last Sabbath, and then what he'll do, and this is how he teaches it, is every 3 years, you're going to count this void day, which you saw on this one, like this. okay, this void day, and then the 3 days. This one here, every 3 years, you're going to count this one orange bead, and then you're going to skip this, and then you're going to count the first, second, and third, like you see here, okay? And then on the 4th day, or on the 4th year, every 4 years, there's a leap year. Hence why there's that point quarter on the 365 sun cycle. Okay, so remember, the sun cycle is 365 and a quarter, but Yahuwah tells us only to keep 364 days in a year. So there's an extra day and a quarter, right? There's an extra day and a quarter. That extra day for 3 years is going to be this bead, the black bead. On this one, it's going to be this first orange bead, okay? After 4 years, the 25 plus 25 plus 25 plus 25 is going to equal to 1, a full day. Just like if you take 4 quarters, you get $1, okay? So you take a 25-cent piece, and then you have another 25-cent piece, and you have another 25-cent piece, and then you have a fourth 25-cent piece. That makes a whole. That makes an extra day. That would be what you're seeing here, is to what he's saying is the leap year here. The second orange bead, you would count that every 4 years. The next one will occur on the year 2028 on the pagan calendar. Okay, you're going to count 2 of these, and then count this one, and this one, and then go to the first day of the year. Now, we have the same thing. We just don't have these 5 beads anymore. We now have 4 beads after the last Sabbath. So that would be here. So we have the last Sabbath, we have this black bead, and then 3 others. So that's 4 beads after the last Sabbath. So what we're doing instead, we're doing the last Sabbath, 3 out of the 4 years, not the leap year, but the 3 out of the 4 years, we're counting this void day, this bead, and then we're going to the first day, second day, and third day, and then to the first day of the year. Whereas this slip knot, every 4th year, we're going to count this slip knot. This is why we put this here, okay? This slip knot, every one of you who gets a calendar bead, we have 2 slip knots, calendar bead. One to count every day, okay? And then this one is for the 4th year, which is the leap year, that you would count this, okay? So you don't count this every year. You're going to count this one every year. Even on the leap year, you're going to count this void day. But on that leap year, you're going to count this after the Sabbath, and you're going to count this, the slip knot. And then you start counting the first day, the second day, the third day of the week. And then you come to the first day of the year, which is the 4th day of the week, the spring equinox, to begin the year. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Yeah, Cody Brook. Yep, that's what I said to my Shah when she created this one. I was like, yeah, this has the Raiders colors in it. And that's everybody who sees it say, oh, that's the Raider colors. Yeah. Any other questions pertaining to the calendar? Pertaining to the calendar. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. Any other questions pertaining to the calendar? What about the, okay, Rich Vitality. So the covenant calendar, again, they start off the year on the wrong day. This is what they do. Let me show you. There's a couple of people that are here that came from the covenant calendar, covenant Christian calendar, or however they say it. Yes, what do you use the moon for? Yes, so the moon is for planting and harvesting. Okay, so let me go to the calendar that we're talking about, like the Covenant Calendar Club uses. And they do the same thing as a lot of the other people who are following the wrong calendar, or the way that they're keeping the calendar, the count of the calendar. Okay, so this is what they do. Let me bring this calendar up. All right. So this is the pagan calendar, okay? Now, we're going to go back in time to March. Okay. So the covenant calendar and all these other calendars that are using the Enoch Zadok calendar, we all have one thing in common. We all say that the spring equinox needs to be observed, okay? But that's where it ends. The spring equinox occurred on March of this year, the 20th, which occurred on a Friday, right? Remember, we were saying March 20th occurred on a Friday this year. So 4 days later, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, hence today, every Monday is going to be our Sabbath, right? According to fragment number 400, 4Q400 of the Dead Sea Scrolls, okay? Now, this is what Christian Covenant and Zadok Way calendar, this is what they do. So the spring equinox occurred on a Friday. Well, they want to make sure that their Sabbath always occurs on a Saturday. So what they do is, yes, the spring equinox was observed on Friday, March 20th, but we're not going to start our calendar until the following Wednesday. So they started their calendar on the 25th of March and not the 20th of March, as we're told in Scripture, or told in Jubilees and Enoch. They're going to wait until the 25th, which lines up with Wednesday, so they can count from there 4 days later, so they always have their Shabbat on a Saturday. So they're still dealing with a pagan calendar, even though they are observing the spring equinox on the 20th, but they do not start their first day there. They delay it until they get to the Wednesday, and then they start their count. But that's nowhere in the book of any of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Nowhere does it say to do that. Nowhere. We don't find it in the book of Enoch. We don't find it in the book of Jubilees. But Zadok Way and the Christian Calendar Coalition, or whatever they call themselves, and they're not the only two. There's a few others that are doing the same thing. They're all wrong. You cannot delay Yahuwah's calendar count. If Yahuwah says this is the first day, that is the first day. You do not wait until your days align with what your understanding in and say, oh, we're in the 4th day of the week according to the Gregorian calendar. So 4 days later, our Sabbath is going to fall on a Saturday again. Yes, Isabel, the spring equinox does change. It does not happen on March 20th every year. It does not follow March 20th every year. So that's a great question. 6716, your question was, would a 401k be considered exchanging money even though it is exchanged by a system outside of your control? So again, you're talking about an automated system, yeah? You put your money into the automated system. You're not even touching it. You're not looking at it. It's working for you. You're not working for it. You're just letting it run its course through the Babylonian system of the stock exchange. So, I mean, I personally think, and this is just my opinion, as long as you're not messing with it, you're not day trading with it, you're just letting it do what it's doing. It's doing what it's doing. It's just doing what it's doing. Okay, when the Shabbat is over, you can go and check your portfolio then. But don't mess with it on Shabbat. That's like, even, as we would say back in the day, right? Window shopping. Because today is Shabbat, don't go on Amazon or Etsy or Temu and you're looking like, oh man, I can't buy this today, but I'm just going to keep scrolling. You're window shopping. You're doing your own pleasure. You're not doing the pleasure of Yahuwah. You're doing your own pleasure. Remember what we read in Isaiah 58. Okay, Aki Lester, 1 Samuel 21:6. Let's go there. 1 Samuel 21:6. 1 Samuel 21:6. Let's go there. 1 Samuel 21:6. Ah, yes. Okay. 1 Samuel chapter 21, verse 6. And it reads, where's my little pointer? I like to read with my pointer. I don't know where I did with my pointer. Let me use my other one. Then the priest gave him set apart bread, for there was no bread there except the showbread that had been taken from before Yahuwah, in order to put hot bread in on the day that it was taken away. So this was talking about when the Mashiach was even talking about this before the Pharisees in the gospel accounts, where they're saying, when the Pharisees are saying, your disciples are breaking the Torah, they're breaking the law by not washing their hands. And the Messiah, he had said that, have you not read in the scriptures where it talks about how Dawood and his men ate what was not right for them to eat? That happened on the Shabbat. Yeah, the showbread. If you go back and you read this, and I would have to do some reading on this, Aki, you're saying that this shows that it's the first day, the Shabbat of the first Shabbat here is showing it to be on the first month, the first Shabbat of the first month. And Dawood answered the priest and said to him, truly women have been kept from us about 3 days since I came out, and the vessels of the young men are set apart in its ordinary mission, and also it was set apart in the vessel today. Then the priest gave him set apart bread, for there was no bread there except the showbread that had been taken from before Yahuwah, in order to put hot bread in on the day that it was taken away. So this we know was on a Shabbat, because every Shabbat fresh bread was to be put on the table, the showbread. David got the old showbread when the new bread was given on the first Shabbat of the first month of the year. Okay. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. So how are we to observe the void day? The void day, to me, the way I do it, and this is just my opinion, is a day that is outside of time. Okay, when we say outside of time, it's outside of the 364-day time that we are to count. So it's not a free-for-all day, but I would say it's also, and again, this is my opinion, I wouldn't work on that day. Would I keep it as a Shabbat day? No, but I wouldn't work on that day. It's almost like a still day. Now, a person would say, well, where that's in the scripture? Well, if you look here in the very beginning of Genesis chapter 1, reading between the lines, you're going to see this, right? This first day, before the first day, there was this day of darkness right here. Verse 2, and the earth came to be formless and empty, and darkness was on the face of the deep, and the spirit of YAHUAH ALAHYM was hovering over the face of the waters. And then he said, let there come to be light, and light came to be. This was the first day. But before this was a void day. It was void. Some of your translations will even say, and the earth came to be formless and void, right? There was a void day before the counting of the very first day. It's a separator day. Yes, day 0. Yeah. How do we start the first year of the third year with the beads? How do we start the first year of the third year? How do we start the first year of the third year? I'm trying to figure that one out. I don't understand the question. Charlie Budden, darkness is the absence of light. Darkness or a lack of light. Yep, absence of light. Yes, Isabel, that's exactly the passage that we're talking about. Aki L, you said, please give Spanish update to meet up this week. Please give Spanish day update to meet up this week. I'm not quite understanding you, Aki. We should be having a time together, speaking, doing a Spanish bilingual service this SUN day coming up. But again, don't quote me on that. It's really up to my translator if he's available or not. It's going to be on SUN day. SUN day. Yeah, because it's going to be on TikTok. Let me see here. Cody. Exodus. Sorry about that. I was checking here. Akodi Della, could you give me a little more information about what was going over in Exodus chapter 16? I know that passage is talking about when he gave them manna. Could you give me a little more information on that, Akodi Della, what you're talking about? I can't go and read your text without exiting. Is there any scripture or Dead Sea Scrolls that shows someone mentioning or alluding to a void day? Joy and Pride. So if we go to, let me see if I can find it here. I don't think I have that past. In this book that I have, it doesn't have, I believe it's fragment number Q326. But let me show you. Excuse me. Let me see here. Okay, so this is 4Q394. Okay, so 4Q394 says this. The 28th of the 12th month is a Sabbath. Okay, so again, we know that the last Sabbath of the year is on the 28th day. Yeah. Here we are. This is the last month, the 12th month. All right. And the 12th month starts 6 days and then the Sabbath. 6 days and the Sabbath. So this is the 7th day of the 12th month, 14th day of the 12th month, 21st day of the 12th month, 28th day of the 12th month. So 4Q394 talks about this 28th day of the 12th month is a Sabbath. And then it goes from there and it says the first of the Sabbath, and they put here in parentheses, this has been added by the translator. There's no such thing as Sunday. They added this. And then they put the second day as Monday. They added this. And then they put the third day, which they didn't put Wednesday on that. Tuesday on that one. But it says are to be added to it. And the year is complete 364 days. And then it has this word vacate, okay? Or that it's been vacated, like everything there has been taken. They don't have it. All right. What's this there? Okay, let me get to that here in a second here. Okay. And so here, don't go anywhere because you know that's gonna blank out on me and then I can't open it up because my fingerprint ain't your fingerprint. And I don't know the numbers, don't say it. Okay, so let me get back to this point here. Hold on one second, dear. So the 28th day of the 12th month is a Sabbath. Okay. So from there, after that, it says the first day, second day, third day are to be added to it. Something is missing here. Okay. We're not told about the void day, but we know that the void day has to be instituted after the last Sabbath because you cannot separate anywhere from Sunday, here I am saying Sunday, from the first day to the last day of the week. You cannot put this void day anywhere we please, or even after here. There's some people who believe, like there's this guy that I used to follow when I first started coming into this truth about the calendar. I used to put the void day right after the very last day. So I was separating the first day of creation, second day of creation, third day of creation, and then I put this here, and then I started the fourth day, the fifth day, the sixth day in Shabbat. But if you understand what we're being told by the commandment, 6 days work is to be done, seventh day is the Sabbath. You cannot break the chain of 6 days working, succession, and then resting on the Sabbath. So this has to come at the end of the Sabbath, or the last Sabbath of the year, so you don't break the work week. You can't put this anywhere else. It has to come at the end of the last Sabbath of the year. Okay, and then you start your count again. Okay, so now what were you saying here? Okay, so the question is, are we allowed to leave our homes on Shabbat besides an emergency or to help someone in need? Apologies, not able to use chat. Okay, yes, so thank you, dear. So the yes, we are allowed to leave our homes. We're just not supposed to carry anything out of our homes from house to house. So you're not to bring like no potluck and say, oh, we're going to meet at Jimmy's house and you make your cooking over at your house and now you're going to bring it to my house, because now you're bringing something out of your house that you're not supposed to be bringing out of your house. You are to keep what's in your house in your house. Okay. Now, as far as you going somewhere on the Sabbath, you're more than able to do that. Even our Messiah, he's our example. Okay, he was walking all over the place during the Sabbath. All right, he didn't stay put. He was walking all over the place during the Sabbath. SNAS, so the 18 parts is not to be equated with hours of the day. Okay, as the Messiah says, is there not 12 hours in a day to do your work? So there are 12 hours in a day, generally speaking. Okay, there's 12 hours in a day, generally speaking. On the average, a day usually begins, as we understand it in our Gregorian understanding, at 6 in the morning, 6 a.m. Okay, and then 12 hours later would be 6 p.m., which generally speaking, notice I'm saying generally speaking, is the end of the day. All right, but here we are in the summer months, as you all know. If we're letting time be time and we're using this Gregorian clock that we're using, the sun doesn't sit till like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, depending on where you live in the summer months. All right, the sun will be out from like 6 in the morning, 5 in the morning, some places, and it won't set until 9 o'clock in the evening. Well, that's more than 12 hours in a day, because 5 in the morning to 5 in the evening will be 12 hours. But we see that sometimes there's more than 12 hours of sunlight. Okay. So we cannot equate the parts of the day and equate that to 24-hour period. 24-hour period is our timekeeping. Okay. But as it is in the book of Enoch, it's giving us parts of the day, and it's saying that there are total 18 hours, or excuse me, 18 parts in a day, not 18 hours, 18 parts, not to be confused with 24 hours. Simi XO, what about school for kids? So Simi XO, we were talking about this before. If you have the opportunity, you should homeschool your children. If you register your children, public or private school, your children are no longer your property. They belong to whatever institution that you registered them with. The whole reason for creating the clock was to control the movements and system of men. Yep. Who made 24 hours when we know there is more time? Who made 24 hours when we know that there is more time? Cody Lauren, I'm not quite understanding what you're saying there. That's where they indoctrinate. Rockefeller started Board of Education as we know it today. Yes. Shabbat Shalom, Cody Shannon. Great to see you here. My calendar beats don't align with Sabbath this year. Help me, please. Danny Quad, your calendar beats don't align with the Sabbath this year. I need you to do me a favor, Danny Quad. Do me a favor. Take a picture of your calendar beats and send it to me at ambassadorsofyah@gmail so I can take a look at it and see. Make sure you have all your beats in the picture frame so I can count it. Make sure that it's clear and not, cloudy and everything. Make sure your lenses are clean. I need to see it so I can see if your calendar is off. Because we have had calendars after, my wife, when she's making so many calendars and I'm quality checking it, sometimes we can miss, a beat or two and mess up. So please do send me a picture of your calendar beat so I can see what might have happened if that is the case. Yahuwah Z71, can you please explain about the 18 parts of the day? It's the first time I hear that. Okay, so if you go to the book of Enoch, chapter 72, you're going to find there where it talks about the light, okay? The day portion to the night portion. That's where it's talking about these 18 parts of the day. So in Enoch 72, and I'm not going to read all of it, but just to show you like what it says here, it says, let's see, sunrise in the fourth port. Okay, so going here, verse 9, it says, and during this period of the day, the day becomes daily longer and the nightly shorter to the 30th sunrise, or the 30th day of sunrising, the morning. On that day, the day is longer than the night by a 9th part, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. So before the day became 10 parts, it was 9 parts. Okay, so that means that also, so the day is longer than the night by a 9 part. That means that the night part is also a 9 part. Why? Because as you continue to read, you're going to see that now the day is 10 parts and the night is 8 parts. So 10 plus 8 is 18 parts. Then it goes on and talks about here, and the day becomes longer by 2 parts and amounts to 11 parts. Okay, so it was 10 parts here. Now it's 11 parts here, which means that the night is going to be 7 parts. So the day still the full day still has 18 parts. 11 plus 7 is 18. It's just the day portion now has 11 parts, and the night portion has 7 parts. Okay, and it says on that day the day becomes longer than the night, and the day becomes double the night, and the day becomes 12 parts. So now it went from 10 parts to 11 parts, and now it's 12 parts, and the night is shortened and becomes 6 parts. So again, the night used to be 7 and now it's 6. But again, it all still equals up to 18. 12 plus 6 is 18. So there's 18 parts. So again, every day is constituted of 18 parts, but don't let that confuse you to 24 hours in a day. The 24 hours and the parts of the day are two totally different timekeeping. Okay, Enoch is talking about the amount of light that the day portion is as to opposed to the night portion. Okay, and vice versa. Whereas the hours of the day is exactly that. It's the measurement of the time of the day of each incremental hour of the day, which we say is 24 hours. So if there's 12 hours of working, then the other half, without being said, would be 12 hours of not working, or 12 hours of night. Is each part 80 minutes? Well, again, I don't know if I would even use our timepiece of what we count as minutes. There's a reason I believe that the Freemasons gave us this timepiece, this timekeeping that we use, where we say 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, right? They're using this 6, 6, 6, 6. All right. Okay, so we got about 10 minutes and then I'm going to shut her down. Want to thank all of you. So yes, next week, hopefully Yahuwah willing, we're going to have another Spanish. It'll be early in the morning because my translator, Aki Victor, we do it earlier in that day, SUN day, Sunday. And it's for the Spanish speaking people, which would be 7 o'clock West Coast Pacific Standard Time, 8 o'clock Mountain, except for Arizona, 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern. All right. Yes, exactly, Aki Lester. That way we're lockstep with the Shamaim, with the heaven. Yes, hallelujah, Yahuwah. Oh yes, great question, Cody. So for those of you who are going to be doing the voluntary fast with us, the voluntary fast is going to start on the pagan day, July 14th. And we're going to go 5 days until July 19th. So the 15th, or the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. The 19th, we're breaking it. And everyone will be fasting for different reasons. The reason why I do this, and I hope that it helps some of you, is that you know that you're not fasting alone and that you have other brothers and sisters around the world who are not only fasting on your behalf, but they're fasting along with you, so that as you're going through the shrinking pains, know that somebody else is going through that shrinking pain along with you, and that we all help each other to meet our goal, which is to complete our fast. Now, for those of you who are serious, it's going to be a water fast only. We're just going to be drinking water. No juices, no alcohol, no coffee, no energy drinks, none of that. It's just the only thing that's going in your mouth is water for those 5 days. You're very welcome, Cody Lisa. Shabbat Shalom to you, Cody Lisa. Lovely Lisa. You're very welcome, Cody. Remind us when Feast of New Wine is to be kept. So for all of you who have a calendar, like I say, you can go to Ambassadors of Yah at ambassadorsofyah.com, and there you will find our calendar where you'll find all of the high days, the appointed times. Okay. So each person is to go to the calendar if you're serious about keeping this calendar, because again, I'm not going to be holding anybody's hands. Those days of me doing that is done. I'm not holding no one's hand to be keeping any calendar, any high days, appointed times. If you love Yahuwah, you're going to go out of your way to do that. Okay? You have to do this on your own. Let me go here to So the feast of first fruits of the new wine on our calendar, you're going to see it there. It's going to be on the pagan calendar day, as you can see right there, without me having to say it. It's right there. Okay, which is coming up pretty soon for those of you who want to keep it. All right. This is another Shabuat, another Feast of Weeks. It happens every 50 days on Yahuwah's calendar, starting off with the counting to the first Shabuat, which happened, I think it was, what was that? Let me go back here and look. I'm trying to remember when it landed on the pagan. It's the third month on the 15th day, but what pagan day? June 2nd. It happened on June 2nd. Okay. That was the Shabuat that we all just celebrated on June 2nd. So now we have the Feast of First Fruits coming up in the 5th month. Okay. And it is going to be on the 3rd day. 5th month, 3rd day is the Feast of First Fruits of the new wine. Yes. And again, like I was saying earlier, Yahuwah talks to us through numbers. Yeah. Counting. This is why he has us counting so much. You know, you don't have to be no mathematician to be able to keep Yahuwah's calendar. It's just by something that we do through repetition. Just like all of us were repeating doing Christmases and Easters and our own birthdays, right? When you love something and others around you love something, you're reminding each other, oh yeah, you know, Christmas is next week. Easter is coming up next month. Oh, my birthday is tomorrow. We have no issues with all these other festivals of the Gentiles and their high days, or your high day of the day that you was born. But when it comes to Abba Yahuwah's calendar, it's like, oh man, it's confusing. It's too much. I can't understand it. No, you need to apply it to your life. You have to apply it. It's just like everything else. You're not going to know it if you're not spending time wanting to know it. You have to spend time to know something. Nobody doesn't become a professional by not spending time trying to critique their art, whatever it is, so that they're better. It's called practicing, right? Whatever that is. I don't care if it's martial arts. I don't care if you're trying to trade, day trading on the New York Stock Exchange. I don't care if it's you picking up doggy poop and you're trying to do it better the next day. The whole thing is that you're practicing something and you're trying to become more familiar with it every single time you're looking at it. That's what happens to me when I'm studying the calendar. Every time we go through this, I'm getting a little something more out of it, and it's being honed in my psyche. It's being refined in my mind. It doesn't all occur, and don't get frustrated. Please don't get frustrated learning something new. Okay? You got to apply yourself to it. Don't get frustrated because you're like, I can't get it. Why is everybody else getting it? I'm not getting it. Take your time. Relax. Start with what you do know. Repeat that in your understanding. Write it down. Sometimes you have to write it down. Okay? There's other things that can help you. So let me show you. Like and I say I'm going to put this stuff on our website, and I haven't. Bad me, because I have things that I let me just put it this way. I have no excuse. I got to send it to Aki Chris so he can put it on there. But what did I want to show here? Man, I was going to show something. I got sidetracked because I was going to show you guys something, and I got to talking about. I said I was going to put it up, and I did. Oh, that's what it was. Okay, so let me show you this. I got to show you some diagrams that can help you. And I think we do have it on the link tree. I'm not sure. Cody Nazareth can correct me if I'm wrong. So some of the things that helps with this understanding of the calendar. And let me open up. Okay, so the calendar. So this helps me out here. A diagram like this, okay? This is a diagram of the Enochian calendar, what we're talking about, the 364-day calendar. So you can see it with a diagram as opposed to seeing it as a calendar bead, okay? You see it this way, and you can see here the quarters of what we call the season. So here's the spring, here's the summer, autumn, winter, right? 30, 30, 30, plus the transitional day. That makes 31. So this is 91 days, 91 days, 91 days, 91 days. Here you have the vernal equinox, what we know as the spring equinox, the summer solstice, the autumn equinox, the winter solstice. Okay? Some of you have to look at things like this so it makes it a little more clear for you to see. Right? Now, let me show you another one that has to do with the portals. I think I have it here. Where is it? Nope. Back it out. Oh, here it is. Yes. So now this is going to help with the portals, this diagram here. So what you see here is the sixth gate or the sixth portal, fifth portal, fourth portal, third portal, second portal, first portal. There's only 6 portals. 6 portals, okay? Right here, you see the spring equinox, the fall equinox. So you would have to study this diagram, and it's showing you how the sun moves across the horizon. You see the word horizon here. So this line is depicting the horizon. This right here is showing you, here's the post. Between this post and this post is the 4th portal. The sun's coming up out of this portal, and it's going to slowly move every day like this until it gets to the 5th portal, which will be the 2nd month. It does its 30 days of sunrises, and then it enters into the 6th portal for 31 on account of its sign. It's going to stay in the 6th portal because it's turning around, the Takupa. Okay, it does the summer solstice, which is the highest height north of the equator, which will be the lowest portion for those of you that are south of the equator, where the sun is the lowest in the sky when it's the highest in the sky in north of the equator. But it's staying in the 6th portal for another 30 days before it enters into the 5th portal. So the 1st portal, 2nd portal, 1st month, 2nd month, 3rd month, 4th month, it stays. The 3rd and 4th month, it stays in the 6th gate or the 6th portal. The same thing over here with the 10th month and the 9th month, or the 9th month and the 10th month. It's going to stay in this 1st portal for 61 days because it's turning around. It's staying there before it can travel back this way. So the sun again is rising up from the horizon. 4th portal is slowly moving this way to the 5th portal and slowly moving this way to the 6th portal. Then it's moving back this way in the 6th portal for the 4th month. And then the 5th month, it's seen here for 30 days. And then here it's seen for 31 days on account of its sign, which will be the fall equinox. And then it's going to go another 30 days here. And then it's going to slowly creep over here to this portal here for 30 days. And then it's going to be here for 31 days on account of its sign. And now it's transversing back, staying here in the 1st portal for 30 days before it enters into the 2nd portal on the 11th month. And then it enters into the 3rd portal in the 12th month. And just when it's getting ready to cross that equator, it's completing the 364th day. And then bam, it goes into the 1st day and starts its transition all over again. Okay? So these little diagrams are great to have for some of you who need to see it with your own mind. Rachel, again, anything that you are not dealing with and it's automated, it has nothing to do with you. That's just money working and it's doing its thing because of the system that we live in. Aki Quinton, Shabbat Shalom, as the sun is down there on the East Coast. Yes, for those of you who are on the East Coast, if the sun is down in your location where you're at, please do Palal before Abba Yahuwah. Yes. And again, I want to thank all of you for your time. It is time for me to get off of here as well. We have made this a 4-hour video. I want to thank you all again for your time. Let us Palal and do the Aaronic Barakah. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. Heavenly Abba Yahuwah to the Hatah, as we come to another ending of a study of your word on this Shabbat. Abba, as the Shabbat continues on for most of us here on this platform, as we're meditating on your word throughout the rest of our waking moments, Abba, we ask that you would help us to meditate on this word. May we continue to think upon it, ponder on it, so that we may have greater understanding. May we edify each other by your word. May we exhort and admonish one another by your word. May we not speak against one another, O Abba, especially on this Yom. Help us not to be mindful of others, but us to be mindful of you and our walk before you, O Abba. Help us, O Yah. Help us. Each one of us, O Abba. We all have these shortcomings in our life. Help us not to be so busy with others, and help us to be busy with ourselves as we each one walk out our own salvation before you with fear and trembling. We give you all praise, honor, and esteem, O Abba. TURAH Atah for choosing us. TURAH Atah for opening up our eyes to your truth. And TURAH Atah, O Abba, for our names being written in the Lamb's Book of Life. This is our Palal that we bring before you, admonishing you, O Abba, for what you have done through your Bane, Yahusha Ha'Mashyach, for rescuing us from ourselves by the dam of your Bane, Yahusha Ha'Mashyach. It's in his most precious name we Palal. Hallelujah, Yahuwah, Hallelujah, Yahuwah, and Hallelujah, Yahuwah Amat. Rumamu Yahuwah. All right, Mishpachah. With all that being said, as we go to the book of Numbers, chapter 6, verse 22, and it reads, And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, This is how you barak the children of Yasharal. Say to them, Yahuwah barak you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor unto you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Yasharal, that is Yahuwah, and I myself shall barak them. Hallelujah. May Abba Yahuwah continue to keep you and guide you. May he continue to allow the countenance of his light to shine upon you and go before you. And may he give you shalom. May he also barak your mishpachah, your family. All right, mishpachah. TURAH Atah again. My name is Ak Jimmy, also known as Brother Jimmy. And until next time, we collectively, you, me, all of you who believe in Yahusha and keep his commandments, we are the ambassadors of Yah, ambassadors of Yahuwah, to the praise of his name. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. All right, let me see what's going on here. Why is that not clicking? Oh, it looks like I have an issue. I don't know why it won't allow me. Where is it? Yes, here it is. Let's see if it works now. And there it is. All right. There it is. All right, Mishpachah family. Yahuwah Barak you. Shalom, everyone. Shabbat Shalom. Go in Shalom.
We are taking those of the children of Yasharal straight out of the book. The scriptures, verses sharper than fishing hooks, snagging souls, taking tolls, leaving devils shook. Who we be? Messengers, truth bringers, that's the key. Unlocking minds, leaving darkness in debris. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Listen close, hear us, yeah. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Listen close, hear us, yeah. Verses be thumping, shofars be blowing, beat be steady. Word power every hour, truth already. Planted deep secrets keep fools unsteady. We elevate, so your fate be ready. No compromise. Open your eyes, see the light. Walk tall, stand strong with all your might. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Listen close, hear us, yeah. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Listen close, hear us, yeah. No compromise. Open your eyes, see the light. Walk tall, stand strong with all your might. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Listen close, hear us, yeah. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Spreading love from near to far. We are the ambassadors, ambassadors, yeah. Listen close, hear us, yeah.
And for those of you who are still here, we will have open mic nights next week on TikTok. Open mic nights on TikTok. Shalom, everyone.